In the first part of our tape, we're going to start with basic footwork and position. If you're right-handed, we're going to go with your left leg in front, and vice versa if you're left-handed. Basically what I want to do is I want to support myself on my back leg, my base leg, by positioning myself feet open, shoulder width, and you're not standing on a squared off, you're not standing sideways. You've got a happy medium in between the middle here. You want to keep your elbows in, chin down. Keep your hands by the sides of your eyebrows. So you've got the majority of the weight on the ball of your right foot, your base leg. Almost like you're leaning in forward. From this angle, it looks as the back of my head. I'm leaning forward. Someone would extend their arm. My weight's positioned on my back foot. We're going to start here with the jab. First punch. You're throwing it straight out. Make sure that your shoulder is covering your chin. So your head is down with your traps almost flexed straight up. So you're relaxed in this position though. You're not clinched. Breathing through your nose. You have a clear vision here between your arms. Don't hold your hands in front of your face. You want to go from here, jab. Exhale when you let the punch go through the nose. Keep your mouth clamped down on your mouthpiece. You want the punch to be coming from the hip and the shoulder. You don't want to rotate your foot. From here, we're going to go jab, cross, cross. You want to put weight on the ball of that toe and turn your right hip into the punch. Cross, cross. Again, your right shoulder is protecting your chin. Your chin is straight down in the middle. Cross. Notice my hip is rolled into the punch. Cross. But my foot does not come off the floor. It stays on the floor. I just roll and put the hip. Cross. Cross. On the bag, it looks just like this. Jab, cross. With the basic foot position, you should feel well balanced. Very stable. Your feet are flat. You never want to be up on your toes. Too much energy out of you. From here, you could go all day. Breathing through your nose. Now, from here, you can close up anything on defense with the wall. Elbows touch knees. You're blocking any body kicks or leg kicks with your shin bone. That's defense from the basic stance. And remember, we're going from a right-handed stance with your left leg in front, your lead leg. And now, from that basic foot position stance, with your left leg still in front, we're going to go into basically your balance. Supporting yourself still from the flat-footed position with your lead leg and base leg. Lead leg in front, base leg in back. Now, we started with the punching, coming from the hips. We also went from the same stance to defense. Now we can work in here from that same foot position using angles, just turning to keep your balance, getting yourself out of the line of fire. So from standing toe to toe, all you'd have to do is put pressure on the ball of your lead leg and turn your back foot behind you. Now you're no longer standing in front of your opponent. You're on an angle. It can go either way. You just turn on the ball of your toe, putting pressure and turn like you're putting out a cigarette. Wing your back foot behind you. Angles. Make sure that when you switch the foot position and the weight, that you go from lead leg and you put the weight back in the back leg. I prefer to move to my left. It's easier, but when you move to your left, you got to make sure you cover with your left hand. Otherwise, you're going to be going straight into someone's cross. That basic foot position starts and is the most important thing in Muay Thai, due to the fact that if you have no good foot position, you can't let off any counters offensively or defensively. You need your balance. We're going to go to the bag now. We'll start with the basic foot position, keeping the weight on my back foot towards the ball, not up on the toe though. From here, we'll go jab, cross, 1, 2, and then off the punch, I turn, using an angle. Now I'm no longer standing straight in front of the bag anymore. I'm dimensional. Now I can move side to side. So, keeping your hands up, keeping the basic foot position we started with, we're going to go into leg kicks. Leg kick going to the thigh or to the person's crease on their shorts. Basically what you want to do is you want to separate the muscle of the quadricep with your shin bone. Muscle against bone. Bone against muscle. What you're trying to do here is inflict the pain factor. So, the easiest way to do it is stand next to your bag and notice exactly where your thigh would be. You want to hit about the middle. Now with your shin bone, your base leg starting first. We'll start with back leg. Drive your knee forward and turn. So that now your foot is parallel and your leg is parallel with the floor. Your chin is down. Your right arm, since we're using your right leg, is extended out towards the bag. Left palm is open, covering my face. My left foot is turned open. Going back to the leg kick. When I started, my left leg, toes facing towards the target. As I let the kick go, I turn my hip and my foot. Leg kick. I'm trying to get my shin bone across someone's thigh. From the basic foot position, right leg kick. Pivot your foot, your left foot on the ball. Slightly bend your knee and try to focus on turning your hip down towards the floor, like you were swinging an axe and it's going down. Leg kick. Leg kick. Using right leg. Remember, the basic foot position, you have the majority of your weight on your back leg. As you kick, pivot your front foot. Pivoting, a key factor here, because off any kick you have to pivot. Now it's a lot easier when you use the ball of your toe. That's the front, not the heel. The heel is the back. Use the ball of the front like you're putting out a cigarette. The most important thing next to the stance and the foot position is relaxing. You want to feel relaxed in anything you do here, because if you're not, you're tensing your muscles and you're feeling too stressed. You overexert your muscles. So relax. When you go right leg kick, remember, you're trying to focus on cutting the bag in half or separating the muscle. Right leg kick. Now you can set it up with jab, right leg kick. Jab. Make sure your feet stay flat on the floor. Right leg kick. Using the angles that we started with. Jab, right leg kick. Angle. Still in the basic foot position. My weight is on my back foot. My elbows are rested in, not out. In. My head is protected. So, from the basic foot position, we started here. Jab, cross, defense, blocking, leg kick and body kick. The wall, defense. And we've gone into right leg kick or your base leg kick. Make sure though, when you kick, you get that hip to turn. That's the most important thing. Getting the hip movement. Shifting your hips. It's not how fast you can swivel your leg or how high you can kick your leg or how much you can stretch. It's how much you can throw your hip into the move. So from there we can go into left leg kicking or lead leg kicking. Your lead leg should be the leg that's in front. Since I'm right-handed, I'm using my left leg. From here, your lead leg is now like your jab, your left hand. It's in front. It's leading you into the fight. Just like this. We're going to go inside thigh kick. Against your opponent, you're using your left leg. You're going to use your shin bone, again, to the inside of your opponent's thigh. From the basic foot position where we started from, put the pressure on the ball of your right toe. Now, you're going to kind of raise up on your toe, so you're using more now. More of your calf muscle to push, because you want the pivot as you let the left leg go. So normally you would be almost a little flat on that back foot with the weight back there. Now you're kind of raising up so you can pivot. You're going to need that pivot, keyword here, to turn that foot. Pivot and kick. Common mistake, people lean back or they let their hands go. If you do that and the same time your opponent moves forward, you're in a bad position. Keep your elbows in, inside, leg kick, and then you can angle. Angle, just put the weight on the ball of your lead foot and turn your foot back. Turn your base leg back. Again, from the basic foot position, inside leg kick. Put your foot down, pivot. Remember, keep your elbows in, keep your head down. You're looking forward. On the back, it looks just like this. Inside leg kick. I put the pressure on the ball of my base leg and roll. Pivot. Again, it's coming from my hip. So into a combination, I could go jab, cross, left leg, right leg. I can pivot and use an angle. Now I'm no longer standing in front of my opponent. I'm dimensional. Inside leg kick is an effective kick like the jab. Your leg is longer though than your arm. So you can shut off an opponent moving forward or break up his rhythm with your inside leg kick. From there we can go body kicks. From the basic foot position. From here, we've gone from the basic foot position. From the right-handers, left leg in front. From here, I've shown you that you can throw just about anything in your arsenal. Now we can start adding to your arsenal. Your defense, which goes back to the wall, is knee against elbow, closing up the whole space here. So your shin bone and your elbow here are blocking you. Notice you have to have good foot position. With the weight centered on the back foot, you're here. Your foot position should be solid so that you can let off anything, if it's offensively or defensively. We've gone into the jab. We've gone into the cross. We've already worked our way into the leg kick, working off of the pivots and the motion of your hip. We've gone inside leg kick with your left leg, your lead leg. Now what we can do is we can go into using those angles a little bit and the pivoting of the foot, moving your body with the basic foot position. So you're no longer standing toe-to-toe with your partner or your opponent. You're putting pressure on the ball of your lead leg now and pivoting your toe. So you're moving around. Continuously, you'd be moving into one like circle. So you're moving. You're not moving backwards and forwards anymore. Your feet always are going to stay open. Left leg in front, right leg in back. Keep it almost like you're leaning into the middle here, into the pocket with your hands just like this. Keep your elbows in against your body. Keep your right hand touching right here. So at any moment, if you need to let your cross go, you can let it go. Key here in the basic foot position is you want to keep your head in the middle. A loose neck can get you in a lot of trouble because you move where your head goes. So you want to keep your head in the middle, keeping your chin down. So, focus on keeping the chin down. As you let those punches go, or the kicks, I always keep my head right in the center. Eyes looking forward at the target. You never want to take your eyes away from the target or the opponent. Basic foot position again. Head's in the middle. Weights on the back foot, almost like I'm leaning in towards the bag. If I was to go leg kick, my head never moved. It stayed in the middle. The weight stayed on the back foot. And it's almost like I'm taking baby steps as I move forward or backward. If I move forward, I step with my left leg forward, sliding my right foot behind me. So if at any time I need to push on my back foot, it's right there for me to push. Key here, not to roll over your back foot. Common mistake people do because they don't have the developed base calf muscle yet, or your back leg. So, key here, when throwing punches or kicks, put the weight on your back foot and slide. So you're always taking a step and a slide, never walking. Basic foot position. Moving backward, same thing. If you want to move back, make your right leg or your back leg step, slide, step, slide, step, slide, step, slide. That way you're always keeping weight on your feet. You stayed balanced and positioned right. From here we can go into anything you'd like, starting with just about punching, kicking, kneeing, elbowing. From here, the basic foot position. Now we can go into other things as far as offensive body attacks. Now we're going back to the basic foot position. From there, we've gone into moving your feet on an angle. We've gone into attack, punching. We've gone into leg kick with your base leg and your lead leg. Now, we're going to try to make sure that the most important thing you can remember is the foot position here. Keeping yourself stable and balanced with your feet open, shoulder width. Remember, you're not squared off and you're not standing sideways. You want your lead leg, your left leg, if you're right-handed, to be facing forward. Your back leg is cocked open on a slight angle, so your feet are open shoulder width. Now my left leg, my toes are pointing forward. My right are cocked open a little bit. So they're not facing forward, they're not facing completely to one side, right in the middle. The majority of my weight's on my back foot. Now the key to the Muay Thai stance is trying to stay relaxed and stay forward. You don't want to be tall, up high, even if you are tall. You want to try to stay low and compact without clinching up and staying real tight. Relaxed and in the middle. Remember, the head stays right in the center. So your chin is right down from your belly button. Your eyes are always looking forward on your opponent or on the bag. From here, key here, keep those elbows tucked in. Don't let them flare open. Basic foot position. We'll move into moving around the bag and weight transfer on the feet. Coming from a right-hander's foot position, left leg in front, we're going to try moving to the left. Just pivot on the ball of your left toe, putting weight on the ball. Pivot. Pull your back foot around you like you're a door opening. Be careful that you don't drop your left hand or open because you're moving into the cross. So now you're no longer standing in one spot. You're transferring the weight from back foot to front foot so you can turn yourself. The key here, since you started in the basic foot position, the weight stays back. As you turn, moving your hips and your shoulders, you want to make sure that you keep the weight moving forward or backward. So your weight's in the back. I want to move. I'm going to shift it forward and turn myself, turning my hips, pulling my shoulder back. I'm here. When I move forward, I step and slide the back foot. Step, slide the back foot. Your base leg is important. And once you start to train a little bit longer, you'll realize that your base leg, the calf muscle here, starts to develop more than your lead leg, due to the fact that you're putting most of your weight on your back leg every time you go into your stance. So, keeping that weight back there, you got to remember not to overemphasize putting too much pressure on your toe. If you're up on your toe, go flat. Flat, just keeping the pressure on the toe. Like a pedal. You're not flooring it, you're just putting pressure on the toe. Okay, this is our basic foot position. From here, I've let you guys realize that you can go from anything. Offense, defense, angles. This is the most important of this series. This will be the most important part. Now remember, baby steps as you move. You want to move forward, step your front leg forward, slide your back leg. You want to move backward, step your back leg back, slide your front foot backward. Whichever way you're moving, move that foot first and slide the other one behind it. When moving forward towards your opponent or towards the bag, make sure that you keep your head and your neck centered down in the middle. Your hands and elbows are just like this, and you're moving forward. If at any time you need to put pressure on the back leg to let a punch go, you're right there. Common thing people do is let their head drop in. If you let your head drop in, your foot comes off. Now you can no longer follow. You want to make sure that you always keep those feet flat on the floor, not up on your toes. Otherwise, you might get cramping. Stay relaxed, stay flat until you need to use your calf muscles, going up on the toes. From here, we can go into any move, offensively or defensively, from perfect foot position, balanced, relaxed. Head's covered, weights on the back. Now you're just waiting. From here, we can go into just about anything you need to go into. If it's close, neck grappling. If it's distance, you can go into leg kicking, body kicking. As long as you have the weight on the feet, majority on the back foot, ready to let yourself go at any time. Keeping the head down in the center. Key here. So, when attacking the bag, you always keep your hips open. Don't let your knees get in the middle. If you kick and you feel like your knees are coming too close together, then you're in bad foot position. When you started your foot position, you remember that your legs were open. That's the way you want to keep them. Due to the fact that when you let the kick off, you need that space open for stability. If you kick and you're kicking out this way, you're not pivoting your foot. You need to pivot your left foot, your lead leg, on the ball. So, on the bag, going from the basic foot position to the right leg kick. Breaking it down, really simple. Keep this part open. Keep your head in the middle. And rotate your hips over your foot. You're just trying to get that shin bone across the thigh. Shin bone, thigh. Now remember that the pivot and the twist of your hips should go in sync. Exhale to get the air out of your diaphragm and your... When I go for the kick, I'm trying to get my whole twist of the hips and the pivot of the foot at the same time. What I'm going to try to do is extend my right arm. If it's a right leg kick, and block myself with my left. My head's still forward, my chin's still down in the middle. I'm now blocked. On the bag, it would be just like this. Right leg kick. Out of the basic foot position. I never let my feet get too close together. I never kicked and stepped forward. If you do that, you transfer the weight from the lead leg to back leg. Now you have no power hand. And you're too close. So if you're right-handed, keep your left leg in front and start from that position. If you start to try to switch, you're switching power in your hands now. Now you're telling the stronger hand, if you're right-handed, it's in front. The weaker hand is in back. It's a lot harder to start off this way. I would recommend starting with your right hand or your power hand in back. So from that basic foot position, you started just like this. We've gone into inside leg kicks, right leg kicks, right crosses, left jabs, defense, the wall. All with my left leg in front and my right leg in back. Most of the weight staying on the back towards the ball, the front part of my toe. I've gone into numerous movements. All while keeping that base solid. Important. Now make sure that you're not completely flexed out or locked out on the knees. Slightly bent. Elbows in, resting against the body. Chin down in the middle. And hands against the eyebrows. That's your basic foot position. Now breaking down the foot position, the basic foot position, down and breaking it down even a little bit more here. We're going on the movement and the balance and the base, positioning of your feet. So, moving forward on the bag or on your opponent, when leading with your left leg in front, step and slide the back foot. Key here, never let your feet get away from you. If you've got one foot here and one foot spread too far apart, you're now in an awkward position and you can't center your weight. Keep your weight down right in the middle so you know where your center's at. Breaking down the basic foot position even more for you now. Key here, make sure your feet never get away from you. When leading with your left leg in front from the right-handed foot position, make sure that you're stepping and sliding. Always keeping pressure, like you're working pedals here. You're using the floor for your balance. Sending your weight over your hips. This is important because your hips are what's moving you. It's not how strong your legs are, it's how much you can get the thrust of your hips. That comes from the center, the base you started with. Your basic foot position. For right-handers, the left hand, left leg is in front. Now you're almost showing a little left shoulder as you lead in, so that your shoulders are protecting your chin in the middle. Key here, remember, don't close up your face with your hands. You can no longer see your opponent in front of you. If he hits you, you'll hit yourself first. So keep the hands against the eyebrows like you're on the phone. With the basic position here, I'm moving forward. Weight on the back foot. I lead with my front leg and slide the back leg. Never letting my feet go too far away from me. You don't want to be caught in a sprawled position like this. Keep the weight over the hips. Keep the chin down in the middle, always. Keeping your eyes forward, not looking down at the floor. If you start the moves and you're looking head down towards the floor, you don't realize it, but you're pulling your body weight over your feet. Bad position, bad spot to be in. So keep your head down. Keep your eyes forward. Key here, when I say keep your chin down, don't go like this. Keep your head forward. Just keep the hands up. A lot of people think that when I say keep the hands up, they think if you can see your hands in front of you, they're up. If you can see the tops of your hands, they're too low. You want to keep your hands by your eyebrows, up here. Keeping the elbows in. If your elbows flare open, you're leaving your body for openings to be attacked. You can no longer get any power off the punches because now the power is coming from your elbow. So keep the elbows in. Keep the weight over the hips. Keep the feet flat. Keep your feet open, shoulder width. Now, depending on your shoulder, if they're broad, you're going to be able to tell by looking at your shoulders how far your feet need to be open. Now, the majority of the weight should be on the back leg, almost like you're leaning forward. If you put too much pressure on your front leg, on your lead leg, you're susceptible for leg kicks, outside or inside. And it'll be harder to let the punches go. You want to keep the majority of the weight on the back foot. If you need to block, the majority of the weight's on the back foot, you can easily pick up your front leg because the weight's back. If you have too much weight on your front leg to start with, when you go to block, you're going to have to shift back and then pick it up. It takes way too much time. This way, you've got the power in the back hip and on the back leg. All you need to do is push to let it go. If you want to kick, same thing. Coming from the hip, except you switch. Always keeping the feet open. Moving forward. Almost like you're dragging a club with you. Remember, don't roll over the toes. If you roll over the toes, you can't push off on the same time because you have to roll over and set back. So keep the weight on the ball of the toe and push like you're working a pedal. You're just sliding it. You're sliding it. You've got one leg in front, one leg in back. The leg in front is your lead leg. The leg in back is your base leg. You're keeping the base, the weight on that leg. Keeping the feet open, shoulder width. So you feel nice and solid. From here, someone could come and push you. You wouldn't want to fall over to any side. You're planted, almost like you're rooted into the floor. From that basic foot position, I've shown that you can go to just about anything you need to go to. From there, you've got everything. You've got every tool you need. Now it's just building your arsenal. Now, still using on the basic foot position from the right-handed stance. Your left leg is in front. Your hands are up. Now, many martial arts, they're using the side, almost Taekwondo style, where you're sideways. From here, though, you can't really defend yourself due to the fact that you're going to have to turn back to block, or you're going to have to turn back to let any really thing go. So, the foot position you're starting here was basically almost a boxing style stance with the power hand in back, your cross, and the lead hand in front being the jab, quick hand. So you almost got like a boxer style stance, almost a little bit more squared though. Boxers can get away with turning sideways and getting lower with their feet open more, pushing off more weight on the front leg. If you're to do that in a Muay Thai fight, you're susceptible for front leg attack. So that's why you want to keep majority of your weight on your back leg, your base leg. Working almost out of a boxer style stance, almost completely squared, just on a slight angle, so that shoulder's leading. You're standing here on the bag. As you work a pivot, notice the foot position. I turn on the ball, the front part of my foot. To let myself into a kick, I pivot. Notice the gap between my knees is open. I could rest a drink on the top of my leg. It's stable. My leg, my shin bone is parallel with the floor. My arm is extended for balance. The best way to explain it is to go into the bag, starting from your basic foot position, and rest your shin bone where you would feel comfortable, where you think someone's leg would be. Depending on your height, legs are going to differentiate on the bag. Most people, though, usually aim a little too high. You want to hit the center of the thigh, right between the top of the knee and the middle of the groin. So, starting from that basic foot position to pivot, put your shin bone on the bag and rest it there. As you take it off, it's one move. It's not little steps. It's one move. Just pivot your left foot. That's that turn. So now, instead of your left toe facing forward, you've turned your foot open. This is the open position. Now, you're telling your hips they can go further. The key to the foot position is like a boxer style stance. You're trying to tell your body what to do by moving your feet. You're trying to get your hips more room to swing. From this position, you're telling your hips they're going forward. So as long as you're moving forward in a striking move, you're fine. Your lead leg, your toes facing forward. Your base leg, it's following with you. It's pushing off the weight. From there, though, if you need to go into a left leg kick, you're no longer pivoting your left leg because you're kicking with that leg. You want to pivot the back leg. So keep in mind, whatever leg you want to kick with, pivot the other leg. Pivot. That turn. Key here, like someone's putting out a cigarette. They put it out, they're going to put it out with their foot. I'm sure people have seen someone put out a cigarette before. That pivot style move helps you turn your hips to an open position. So the basic foot position here is supporting your weight over your hips, being able to turn them without putting your feet together or your knees. So you're planted almost into the floor. The pivot's like a screw. You screw that foot into the floor. Now you're ready to swivel your hips over. So when attacking the bag or an opponent, it's like you're going through the bag on a screw. Screw your foot into the floor and then pull your hip over. You're going right leg kick. Screw your foot into the floor. So if I'm kicking with my right leg, I'm going to screw my left leg, opposite leg. I'm going to screw that foot in the floor and kick. I kick the bag off the pivot. So I pivot, bring the knee straight in, boom, kick. Going really slow. My chin stayed right in the center. Notice as the pivot, everything, my head was still in the center. Kick the bag, boom, it comes right back. Back into the basic foot position. To break it down even more, you could say A and B. A being the lead, B being the base. Almost like a boxer style stance in that foot position. Common factor, people open their arms high, thinking that in Muay Thai, if your arms are open, it's a better stance. From here, you're more susceptible for straight in attack or hook punches. You have to be careful. I would recommend keeping your hands in close against the body, utilizing Western style boxing technique and foot position with Muay Thai. But keep your hands in. Don't let your hands go out. From that foot position, you're working off the pivots now, getting the power of your hips by the positioning of your foot. Pivot, like you're screwing yourself into the floor. So if you kick with your right leg, pivot your left leg. If you kick with your left leg, pivot your right leg. Pivot, you're using the ball of your toe, the front part, to turn. Key here, try to turn the heel towards the target or the bag or your opponent. So if I kick now left leg, I'm pivoting my right leg, my back leg. I'm not going to switch my feet. I'm just going to pivot that foot. When I pivot, I don't lock my knees out. I keep them slightly bent. So I'm going to pivot my right leg and kick with my left. Pivot, so now the heel is facing in. Kick with my left. I'm going low leg kick. From that basic foot position, now I've gone left leg kick. All I do is pivot my back foot. Pivot, kick. Key here, my hips and my base stayed open. Put the foot down. If you start to kick and you're switching up the feet, you're telling your body to do different things. Start with one foot position and keep that foot position. Work until you've got enough tools in that foot position to where you feel comfortable enough that you could do it blindfolded. Then after a while, you can move further when you become more advanced into working off following. Right now, I definitely recommend staying in the basic foot position from the right-handed style, left leg in front, standing almost like a boxer, yet the weight is on the back leg. So you transfer the weight to the back. So we've gone over the pivot now, the almost screwing of the foot into the floor and swinging the hips over. Remember, you want to pivot the opposite foot you kick with. In Muay Thai, the tools you're using are your fists, your elbows, your kneecaps, and your shin bones. You're trying to separate bone against muscle. From there, you can do just about anything you'd like to do, as long as you have a good, stable foot position. Now, applying the foot position to the tacking of the bag, I'm working on trying to keep my balance in my base solid while I attack the bag. Since we're going to break it down, we're going to be using the bag first. I'm going to start with the right leg kick. Using my back leg, my base leg, I'm going to pivot that left foot. Always remember, when hitting the bag or kicking the bag or hitting your opponent, you want to pivot the opposite foot you're using to kick with. Now, kicking the bag, you want to make sure you're hitting the bag with your shin bone. Starting with your back leg first, which is the easiest to start with. Being that most of you are right-handed, going out of the right-handed foot position, you're going to have more balance kicking with your right leg. So, I'm going to start with that pivot. I'm going to first start slow. Pivot your left foot like you're screwing it in. Now it's in the open position. My foot is open. Drive your knee forward and then turn so that your foot is parallel with the floor. Boom. Right leg kick. Left foot pivot. That's my left foot position. It started forward, and as I kicked, I just turned. Boom. Kick. Now with the kick, make sure that your leg is relaxed. You don't want to be trying to flex your muscles as you do this. Anything like that is causing way too much tension in your body, and you're flexing out your muscles. It's like you're holding yourself in a permanent flex. You're wasting valuable energy you can use on striking. So, from that foot position, right leg kick. I pivot the left foot and I attack the thigh, making sure that my right leg is relaxed, but that's where the pressure's at. The weight is pushing on the pedal on my back foot. I'm going to bend my left knee slightly and pivot that foot as I kick, like I'm trying to chop through the bag, keeping your hips powered. Kick the bag and then put your foot back. Starting in the A and B position. Left foot's on A, right foot's on B. I'm going to kick the bag with my B foot and put it right back. Right leg kick. I put my foot back after I hit the bag. I put my foot right back where I started from after I hit the bag. There's no extra steps. Like putting together a puzzle, you don't want any extra pieces. Here, same thing. You don't want any extra steps. Extra steps are throwing off your base. They put you in an awkward position. Keep it as simple as you possibly can. The simpler it is, the easier it is. Sometimes the more it just flows. So, you're going right leg kick. You're trying to turn your shin bone across the bag. Your leg's relaxed. You're pivoting your left foot. Now, left leg kick. There's variations on the left leg kick. We're going to go straight off. Now, going straight off, remember that if you're going to kick with your left leg, you want to pivot your right foot. Vice versa. So, on the bag, applying the left leg kick, bend the right knee slightly and pivot the right foot. So you're turning the right foot into the open position. When you turn the foot into the open position, you're telling your hips, your body, you can go all the way through now. So, left leg kick, lead leg. I pivot the ball of my right toe. Turn that foot like you're screwing it into the floor. It's in. Now just drive your hips over. Now, if you can make that motion simultaneously, the pivot of the foot and the turn of the hips, that's speed on the kick. But since we're going from the basics, you want to start slow so that you feel like you have proper balance. Remember, you're trying to kick the legs. If you try kicking too high, you're going to really feel like you're off balance. Again, keep your head in the center and make sure that when you pivot, it's like you're screwing your foot into the floor. Don't try to pivot a totally flat foot. It's kind of hard. Make sure that you're barefoot so that you can turn easily on the ball of your foot. Pivot and drive the hips. So we're going to go left leg kick, straight off. Left leg kick, straight off. You could go left inside leg kick. It's different. You're using that inside leg kick like a jab. You just flip it. So the foot position is you put weight on the ball of your right toe and you snap it like a jab. Same thing. So the foot position for this one is put the weight on the ball of your right toe and kick. Straight off, straight off, straight off. Left leg, front leg. Key here, don't switch your feet. Don't put your feet on the same plane. Make sure you have A, foot position, and B, foot position. Like a boxing stance. Keeping the weight on the majority of the back base leg foot. You're just like this. Basic foot position attacking the bag is to stay lead leg facing the bag. Make sure when you kick, you try to turn the hips and the pivot at the same time. Exhale so that you get the air out so you can get a full twist through. Basic foot position. Feet are flat. You're trying to keep most of the weight on the back leg. You're driving yourself forward. Small steps. Never put your feet on the same plane. A and B. The pivots. And when you kick with your right leg, you pivot your left leg. You kick with your left leg, you pivot your right leg. The open foot position. Heel is facing towards the bag. That's a half all the way through. Depending on the speed of the kick and where it's going, the foot position will differentiate. That's basic foot position, starting for basic tools of Muay Thai. Now that we've finished with the basic foot position of Muay Thai, just remember that you don't want to get frustrated. There's no such thing as a dumb question, and have a good workout. In our second series, we're going to go for basic strikes. Our first series, we went over the foot position. And basically, to sum it all up, you want your right-handed foot position, your left leg in front, leading just like this. Now we're going off that into strikes. Against the bag, we'll be using punching first. The foot position is very similar to boxing style, as far as you have a lead leg, a base leg. But the difference here that's a very big and important is that you're keeping the weight back here. I can't emphasize that enough. You're keeping the weight on the back leg. Now the punching is going to be the same. You got 4 basic punch. Jab, your left hand. It's coming straight out. You want the power to come from the hip and from the shoulder. Jab. Noticing that I keep my right hand tucked in with the elbow in against the body. The chin stays in the middle. I'm looking straight down like it's a rifle. I'm looking straight down with my eye. The only thing that's popping out is my forehead and my eye. I'd rather take a shot there than straight on the chin. Now, that's the jab. Number 1 punch. Number 2 punch, cross. You're going to put your hip into this punch, putting pressure on the ball of your right toe and turning the knee into the punch. Cross. Keep your head down, though. Don't lean your head in. Don't lean your head side to side. Keep it right in the middle. Cross. Cross. Cross the hips. Punches are coming from the hips. That's the number 2 punch. Cross. Notice my left hand. Elbow stays in. Hands against here. Cross. From this jab, cross. Not only am I being offensive, I'm also blocking myself as I throw a punch. Because my shoulders are covering up my chin. So from here, you got jab, number 1 punch. Jab, cross, cross. turning the hip into the punch. Jab, cross. When I punch, I try to exhale, breathing out through my nose, keeping my mouth closed, clamped down on my mouthpiece so that my jaw's not open. Taking a shot with your jaw open could break your jaw. So, breathing through my nose, relax with the hands up against your eyebrows. 1 and 2 punch, jab, cross. I'm punching straight out, and as I punch, I twist my wrist. I pull back, I punch and twist my wrist. Now you're not trying to push the punches, you're trying to snap them. They're trying to go fast. You're trying to keep stability. You're self-centered over your feet. Chin's in the middle, where your belly button is. You're looking forward. Jab, cross on the bag. Elbows in, you start. Feet are flat. Jab, cross. Notice I exhale. Jab, cross. Start slow. Remember, the basic foot position is the same. Feet are open, you step and slide. Which direction you're going to, you step that foot first. If you're moving to the right, step to the right, slide to the left. If you're moving to the left, step to the left, slide to the right. Never put your feet together. That's your 1 and 2 punch, jab, cross. Where you send those can be anywhere from head to body. You can jab high and punch low. When punching low, I'd recommend driving your hip and knee into the punch. Always remember that when you punch, don't let your elbows flare up. You're leaving your body susceptible for body shots. Either be kick or punch. Unnecessary punishment. Keep your elbows in. That incorporates using different muscles. So now you're using your back muscles, your shoulder, your tricep. Jab, cross. Jabs your left, crosses your right. On the back, I know exactly how far I am away from my opponent or the bag when extending my left hand, my lead hand out. Once I know I can touch the bag or my opponent, I know I can hit him with anything I have. If it be my cross, my leg kick, my knee, all from extending my left hand fully out. Now, depending on how long your arms are or how short your arms are, it's going to depend on your range. So using your range, I'm hunting you down with my left. Your jab does not want to be a solid, hard punch. If that's your hardest punch, you won't be able to let off your right hand or your cross. So make sure that you're not throwing too much weight into it. Keep yourself flat on the feet. Jab. You can jab low to the midsection or high to the face, keeping the other hand, the opposite hand, tucked in as defense. Or if you can throw the punch, so can your opponent. Working on the bag, you don't have to worry about your opponent or the bag striking back. At least not yet anyways. So, ranging yourself with your left hand, your jab. You've worked body, head, jab, 1 punch, cross, the number 2 punch. I'm breaking down the punches into 1, 2, 3, and 4. Punch 1, jab. You're finding your range. Like a curb feeler on a car, once you know exactly where you're at, you know what you can do with it. You've got a full array of weapons you can use now. Starting jab, you can go into cross. That should be your solid knockout punch. Key here not to emphasize throwing your head into it, but sitting down and putting the hips into it. It's more of a hip motion. And boom, your arm. Be sure not to push the punch, but to let it snap. The snap comes when you twist the wrist and drive the hip. Keeping the elbows in. You're throwing the punches exactly the same way you throw the punches if you were boxing. The foot position is very similar, although you're keeping the weight on the back foot more. Now, number 2 punch could be your hook punch. Throwing off your lead hand, left hook, or right hook, depending on what you want to start with. The easiest way to start the punching is to start from left to right, so you wind yourself up like a machine. If I go left, jab, I'm ready to come back off my right side because my left hip is now rotated in. Now I can go right cross, left hook, because I'm shifting. I'm building momentum in my hips so that I can let the punches fluidly flow. Now I've gone over 1, 2, and 3 punch. 3 punch being the hook. The hook. Remember, the power is coming from your hips. It's the generating of the motion of your hips. Like doing a hula hoop. You want to roll the hips without moving your feet or rolling over your toes. So you want to go back to the first series where we keep our feet flat, planted, and ready to work to keep you stable. Shifting of the hip. You want to shift your hip. If you're going to throw your left hook, drop your right hip to the center. Center being where your belly button was. In your first start, you're starting here. Drop your hip into the middle. All I did was turn my right knee in to the center, turn my hip in. Left hook, left hook. I'm hooking by keeping my arm just like this. Notice the wrist position. I'm going to keep my left foot flat and facing forward, but I'm going to turn my knee in. Hook, hook, hook. So I wound up for that left hook by turning first. My back stays straight. I didn't dip to a side. I didn't move my head. I kept my head right in the center. All I did was start with my back foot. I turned it in. Slight pressure, turning the knee in. And the hip goes with. I'm keeping this arm like it's stuck. I'm on the telephone to my head. So I go this way. I'm just turning. Just rolling. Rolling. This could also be a defensive move, a slip, if punches were coming at you. As long as you keep your elbows in, you're fine in this position. So I'm winding up to throw the left hook, the 3 punch. Here. Boom. Weight transfer in your feet is going from back leg to front leg. The weight should be on your back leg. As you shift and turn the knee to the center, you're going to shift the weight to the front foot as you let the punch go and put the back foot flat. Throwing off the hook punch. Left hook. As I throw the left hook, I want to turn my left knee into the middle. On the bag, it should look just like this. I'm throwing left hook, my lead hook. I'm going to turn into it, so I kind of wind up, build momentum. Hook. Notice my back foot turns in first, turning the knee in. Then, as I let the punch go, I put the back foot flat and turn the lead knee in. Hook. Notice as I throw the hook, my left shoulder is still protecting my chin in the center. My head didn't move anywhere. My eyes are still looking forward. Left hook. The key to this is putting the pressure on the balls of the feet, but not actually pivoting. Pivot. The key essential here for shifting your hips. When you start to throw punches, you don't want to overemphasize putting your foot into it too much. If you do that, then what you're going down to do is you have to re-counter your foot. So keep your feet flat. You're trying to drive more of your knee into the punch and the hip. Don't worry about pivoting your foot. Wait for that till you start to use kicks. Now, we were going to go over 4 punches. We've only done 3. That was the left hook. You can go to the body with the left hook. You can go to the head with the left hook. Now, right hook. Same thing. You can go to the body. You can go to the head. You want to shift using the momentum of the hips this way. Keeping the hands in. Notice that when I throw the punches, I'm always protecting my face, though. If it's a left jab, the left shoulder, the right hand. If it's a right cross, the right shoulder is protecting the chin. The left hand is against the side of my head. If it's a left hook, the left shoulder's still in front of my face. The left to the body, it's still in front of my face. Same thing. Same thing. You're just getting those hips to move. Always protect your face, though. Peer over the top with your eyes, but don't have your chin sticking out. So on the bag, if you want to work right hook, apply pressure onto the ball of your right toe and drive the hook in. coming from your hip. Key here, when you punch, don't go up. Some people will throw the punch and they go up. If you go up, you're throwing the weight you had to go through your base, to go through your opponent. You're putting it up in the air. Keep your feet flat down. And turn, turn. You're going to turn your right knee in. Right hook. So we'll go right hook on the bag. Right hook. Right hook. Right hook. I drop the knee in. I drive the hip in. I drop the knee into the center. I drive the hip in. Right hook. Right hook. So you've gone 1, 2, 3, 4 would be uppercut. You can throw uppercut off either hand also. Unlike the jab must be your lead hand, the hand that's in front. So if you're right-handed, it must be your left hand. The cross must be your right hand if you're right-handed. The hook can come off your left or your right. The uppercut can come off your left or your right. The punching is the same as boxing. 1, 2, 3, and 4 punch. How you differentiate the punch and put them into combinations is up to you and your trainer. Now how we're going to work this is uppercut. Since we're using a banana bag, this is mainly used for Muay Thai training, there's really nothing sticking out for uppercuts. You can't get underneath it. Depending on what you use for uppercuts, you may have an uppercut bag, or you may have a trainer opening focus mitts, or you could just shadow box in the air. Uppercuts are exactly the same punches using the same motion. It's still the twisting of your hips. Your feet are still flat, except for now you're trying to get up. You're trying to get underneath the chin with the uppercut. I'll start left uppercut first. You can differentiate the hand positioning. I'm starting with my hand open, just like this. I'm going to drop my right knee in the hip to the middle, left uppercut. I'm trying to get the guy underneath the chin. So, basic foot positioning, flat, left uppercut. I put pressure on the ball of my left toe as I let the punch go to push me up. So I get underneath the guy and stand him head up. On the bag, since there's nothing really sticking out, you would be very careful when you're hitting the bag like this. Just to go slow. So, you're going to load yourself into the punch. Put the pressure on the ball of your back foot. Turn the knee in, turn the hip in. Left uppercut. Remember, if you hit the bag like this, you could potentially hurt yourself. So you don't want to be hitting these very hard at all. And make sure your hands are wrapped. So, we're going left uppercut, the number 4 punch. Left uppercut. Left uppercut. We can go right uppercut. The right uppercut, you're going to need a little bit more space because your left hand is closer to the guy's chin than your right hand is. So you're going to need to drive extra hip into there. Not to overextend yourself and get your chin sticking out in the wind. Right. Right. You may need to take a step to hit your opponent in the chin with your right uppercut. If so, step with your lead leg forward and push the power of your right leg back. Right uppercut. On the bag, since nothing is extending out, it's hard to get underneath the bag, so you want to stick. Right uppercut. I can only emphasize that you keep your left hand or the opposite hand tight against your head, so you're not sticking your face out to be punched or for the bag to swing back and hit you. Keeping the elbows in. You're going right uppercut. Put pressure on the ball of your toe and put your knee into the punch and hip. Right uppercut. That's number 4 punch. Again, uppercuts can come off left or right. That power is coming from the rotation of your hips and driving the knee in. Make sure that you don't go up when you throw the punches. If you're going up, you're losing power. Stay low. Keep your base solid, flat-footed. Right uppercut. You can go in a combination now. Applied to the bag, I would go jab, cross, hook. Hook with your lead hand. Jab, cross, hook. I stayed low on my feet so I could turn my hips and keep the base Solid. Jab. My right hand's in. Elbow's in. Cross. I pull back my left. I stick out my right. The right hip is now into the punch. I'm staying low though. I'm not popping myself up. Off the right cross, I'm going to shift weight transfer from the back of my right, the ball of my toe, to the left. So from here, I'm going to put my right foot flat off the punch and turn my left knee into the punch. Turning my left knee and pivoting my foot slightly, I can throw the left hook. As I throw the left hook, turn the left knee in. Not to overdo the left pivot. That way you've got balance. If you throw the hook and both feet are up, you're not going to be able to plant yourself. Always remember to keep the stability in the back leg. Most of your weight centered on the back foot. So, I could go jab, cross, hook. Or I could go jab, cross, uppercut. Feet are staying flat. I'm using the momentum of my hips to go into the bag. 1, 2, 3. Notice that when I let the punches go, I focus on keeping my chin protected the most. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. It's up to you and your trainer on how you mix up the combinations. The easiest way I can say is, if you're going from left, go back to right. That's the basic striking for punching. You're wanting to wind yourself up from left to right side. Like a machine. Keep your head in the middle. Don't let it roll around from side to side. Keep a solid base with your feet open. Never crossing your legs when you move. Never putting your feet together. Have a lead leg and a base leg with the majority of the weight on the back leg towards the ball. Stay flat, stay relaxed. Keep your head covered. Make sure that your gloves are on the outside. Applied to the bag in full speed. You're going jab, cross, left hook to the body. And you relax. That's basic punching, Muay Thai. On our second series, we're working on basic strikes. When we've gone over the punching, we've got 1, 2, 3, and 4. Jab, the cross, the hook punches, and the uppercuts. Now we're going to work on close, working in off of the punch into the elbow. We can work right elbow. Now working the elbow, I try to keep my left hand in tight. If you're close enough to throw the elbow, so is your opponent or your training partner. So what I'm trying to do is here, I'm trying to work the elbow, the hard bone part, into the upper part. Working on the bag, drop it down. You're trying to keep your shoulders in tight. I keep my palm open as I throw it over the top, keeping my left hand pressed against the side of my head, like I'm on the phone. Right elbow. Be careful that you keep your head centered in the middle, that you don't roll to one side, otherwise you'll throw your body weight off. Right elbow. I'm throwing it from the shoulder. Notice I have to use my hip to move. Right elbow. Applied to the bag and working over the top. Right elbow. Keep your head down in the center. Keep your hands still in. You've got the basic foot position now. You can work with jab, right elbow. Drive the elbow into the top of the bag. Off the jab, elbow. Key here, you want to make sure you keep your head nice and protected with your shoulders. Making sure that you get the bone into the bag. Stick it into the bag so it's a solid piece. Don't get your forearm, otherwise it could bruise. You can use a hooking elbow. Like the hook punch, you're ringing it across. So you're peering over the top of your arm. Again, my left hand is collapsed, gets the side of my head. Boom, just like this. I roll my hip into it. That's the right hook elbow. You can come over the top. Depending on the hand position of your opponent. hook over the top. Focus on keeping your elbows in and your head protected. Again, this is a close for when you're very close to the bag. You can use the left, your lead. Same as the hook punch. Roll it straight over. I'm putting pressure on the ball of my foot and turning my hip. Left hook elbow. I fold up the arm like it's one piece and roll it over with my shoulder. Protecting my head with my right hand. On the bag, left hook elbow. Into a combination, you can go left hook elbow. Right over the top, rainbow elbow. Trying to go from left to right. To keep it basic, you wind up. 1, 2. Keeping your head protected. Hands in against the eyebrows. If you're close enough to throw the elbow, so is your opponent. On the elbows, using your lead, your left, you can come up the middle. Uppercut elbow, left. You're focusing on driving your elbow into your opponent's upper region, preferably his face. On the bag, you just got to measure where your head is. Considering on how tall you are, you're going to measure the head. Uppercut elbow with the left. Drive your left elbow as your arm is closed up, forward to the target. Again, I'm using the power of my hip to motion to go in. Combination, left uppercut elbow, right rainbow elbow. I'm trying to keep my head and my shoulders protected with this right here. Relax. Not flexing up your arms, but relax with your hands up. Elbows in. Elbows. Right rainbow. Right hook. Left uppercut. Left hook. Make sure when you're throwing the elbows, you keep your arms in tight. I try to relax the palm of my hand. It's coming from the motion of my hip still. There's variations on the elbow. Considering on the openings you have on your opponent, you can spin with the elbow. You can come up the middle with the elbow. You can come over the top with the elbow. You can jump with the elbow. You can move straight in the elbow. You can use angles on the elbow. Close quarter fighting with the elbow, Muay Thai style. Now, the basic moves for here for the elbow. We've worked off the hook elbows, the uppercut elbows, the rainbow. Now we're going to work on spin. Using your momentum and the momentum of oncoming opponent, you can spin. You're going to take a step, a slight step with a pivot in it. Step. The key here is you want to make sure you rotate your head over so you're looking over your opposite shoulder. So if you're leading with your left leg in front, step and point your left heel. Boom. You're going to step with your left leg to the right and point your heel. Pivot your head over. That's key here. You have to be able to see your target over your shoulder. From here, you've wound up to spin. You're still using the momentum of your hips, but now you're using the momentum of your hips and the momentum of an oncoming opponent. Spinning elbow. Using your right, you can come up the middle. Again, I'm going to take that step. It's a step with a half pivot in it. Rotate my head. Uppercut up the back. Elbow. Working off the spin, you can come over the top with it. Step with the pivot. Over the top. Again, you're focusing on driving the elbow with your arm locked to the head region. From here, you can go into full combination. You can throw the punch first and then go to the elbow. you can use the spin. Making sure that you don't telegraph your movement. Try to make the step and pivot simultaneous with the head rotation. So then you see your target before you let the elbow go. Break it down into steps if it's easier. If you start off with a full spin from the get-go, you're going to get yourself dizzy. So start slow. Break it down into parts. 1 would be the step, 2 is the turn, 3 is the head. From there you can pick which elbow you want to use. Over the top, under, or straight over. Make sure you keep your arm in a locked position so your elbow is flexed out. You're trying to get that hard part against the soft parts of the face. Making the fight a shorter fight and close. Quarter fight. Elbows. Now incorporating a partner into basic strikes of Muay Thai. We're going to use the Thai pads, and with Tony holding them, we're going to incorporate punching first. Jab. Making sure that I don't lunge in on my lead leg or let the hit come from my hip. Keeping my right hand in with the elbow in like I'm on the phone. It's extending straight out. My shoulders protecting my chin. I exhaled through my nose. And I still have the basic foot position. Going from the jab, I'm going to go to cross. Jab, cross. I threw my hip into the punch by pivoting my toe, but not raising my foot up off of the floor. Jab, cross. 2 basic punches. Making sure that I keep my elbows in the whole time. I'm going to go for left hook now. I'm going to turn, pivoting my foot. Hook. I turn by winding up for the hook, putting my right hip into the middle. By placing pressure on the ball of my right toe, I turn the hip to the center. Keeping my right hand up with the elbows in. I transfer the weight from the base leg to the lead foot and turn my knee in, not pivoting my foot. The punches are still, remember, coming from the hips, so I throw left hook. Again, the shoulders, boom, parallel here with the floor and protecting my chin. My head's still in. As I exhale, the punch comes off. Left hook. In sequence, jab, cross, hook. Off that combination, I can throw a numerous amount of my arsenal, depending on what I want to use. It could be elbows, knees, body kicks, leg kicks. Now we'll start in inside leg kick, using my lead leg, my left leg, and put pressure on the ball of my base leg. Almost raising up just a little bit so that I have majority of my weight on my back foot here. I'm going to use my left leg like my jab now. Inside leg kick. Notice that I kind of raised up on the toe. If I was flat and I let this kick go, I wouldn't be able to move laterally quickly. So I'm putting the weight on the ball of my back foot. Inside leg kick. I don't move my upper body at all. My elbows stay in. My head's protected. Inside leg kick. I'm trying to hook the inside of my shin bone to the inside thigh of my partner or my opponent. From there I can replace my jab punch with my leg. Since my leg is longer, sometimes it's more effective. Inside leg kick. From there I can go to right cross. Put the foot down. Cross. In combination, inside leg kick, right cross. That's a basic strike there. Basic combination. Again, you're coming off the hip movement. Left to right. Now we're going to go jab, cross, hook, right leg kick. Again, focusing when you leg kick to pivot your lead leg. Going slow in sequence. Jab, cross, hook, right leg kick. I'm trying to turn my hips over my opponent through his body. So if I'm facing forward, when I start the kick, my knee's going straight in, and then I turn, making my midsection and my hip go through the opponent. Right leg kick. Right leg kick. On the leg kick, I make sure I pivot my lead foot in the half open position, put my hips forward and turn, making sure that my base leg I'm going to kick with is completely relaxed. Jab, cross, hook, leg kick in a combination. There, we can go, mixing up the combinations, we can go cross, inside leg kick. Again, coming off that hip rotation. 1, 2. Never changing my foot position. There's some basic strikes of Muay Thai. We're going to use an arsenal of 4 of the punches we have here, starting with the jab. That's the lead punch. Using the jab like a curb feeler. You extend your arm straight out. Letting the punch come from your hip. Not moving your foot though. Staying stationary in the basic foot position. As in series 1. Jab. My shoulder on my left covers my chin. Is extended out. The jab is a quick punch. It's not a hard one. It's straight. As I let the punch go, I make sure I turn my wrist. Starting from here with my elbows in, it goes straight out. And I'm looking down my arm like it's a barrel of a rifle. My right arm stays in. Elbow tucked in against the body. Jab. That's the number 1 punch, starting with basics. Jab. Now we're going to go cross. That's your power hand. On the cross, you want to put pressure on the ball of your back foot. Put your right hip into it. The key here and common mistake is people roll over their foot or raise their foot up. You want to keep your feet flat, based, majority of your weight on your back leg. Cross. That's your power hand. That's your knockout punch. When you throw, make sure you turn your wrist into the punch. Keep your head down and in the center. Center being where your belly button would be. Basic foot position. Now, cross. You're going to extend it out. Put pressure on the ball of your toe and turn your right hip into it. Since I'm right-handed, this is my right cross. If you were left-handed, it'd be your left cross. On the cross, the number 2 punch, my left stays exactly where it started. Again, I'm looking down my arm like it's a barrel of a rifle. My right hip is in there. The number 2 punch, the cross. Exhale through your nose as you let the punch go. Keeping a tight clamp on your mouthpiece. Now, we'll go number 3 punch, hooks. The number 1 punch, the jab, and the number 2 punch, the cross, those are staying. If you're right-handed, your left hand's going to be your jab, as your left leg's going to be your lead. If you're right-handed, your right hand's going to be your cross, as your right foot's going to be your base. Those won't switch. The hook punches can be a left hook, can be a right hook. Depends on which motion you throw. So we'll start with the left hook, your lead hook. To throw the hook punch, common mistake, people want to go up. If you throw your weight up, you're not going through your target anymore. Make sure you pivot your back foot. And then, as you turn back, the hips roll. Your back foot goes flat, and you're letting the knee go in. Left hook. So I start with my back foot and I roll my right hip to the center. As I let the punch go, my back foot goes flat and I turn my lead knee in. Hook. On the punch, I'm making sure that my left shoulder is protecting my chin. I'm looking over the shoulder still. My right arm is tucked in. Foot position. Make sure your hips are moving. That's where the motion's coming from. Don't let your back foot come off the floor. Stay flat and planted. Left hook. If I go right hook, same motion. You're going to start by pivoting in your lead knee and then turning it straight as you let the punch come off the right side. The key on the hooks, keep your elbows in. Don't let your elbows flare out. That way you're using your back muscles and your tricep to let the punches get the power. Make sure that you keep your weight down. So, left hook, right hook, If you throw the left hook, remember, turn the back knee in first, slightly bent, and then, boom, you put the back foot flat, turning in the lead knee. You don't want to waste your motion on pivots. Too much time, you won't be able to get anything off, and you lose your balance. Feet stay flat. You're just turning the knees in from the hip motion. Now we're going to go uppercuts. You can go off the left. You can go off the right. Uppercuts, the number 4 punch. Again, like the hooks, can come off left, can come off right. Every time you throw the punch, this motion should be incorporated. This is how you're getting the power. It's not how buff your arms are. It's how much you can get your hip motion. Your feet have to stay flat. Uppercut. If you throw off your lead hand, your left, turn your right hip into the middle. That way generating momentum, power for the lead hand. Left uppercut. If I was to throw it on my partner, I'd hit him in the chin. Right underneath, trying to get his head to come up. My right hand stays in. Left uppercut. Notice my shoulders still protecting my chin. My elbow is straight up from the floor. My wrist is straight. Left uppercut. Lead uppercut. So I use the motion of my hips. Again, putting my knee to the middle. Boom. When I let it go, I push up on my toe. If it's a left uppercut, I push up on my left toe. If it's a right uppercut, I push up on my right toe. I'm trying to go up through the pads. Again, using the same motion off the basic foot position, I twist into the punch. So if it's left, put the opposite hip in. Putting the hip in to the center, where your chin should be, where your belly button is. Left uppercut. Vice versa. Right uppercut. Lead in with the left hip. Make sure you don't pivot your foot. And come up. Right uppercut. Again, keep your elbows in, keep your head protected. On the focus mitts, if I go left uppercut, right uppercut. My feet help me push the power through the pad, but I don't raise them off the floor. So, if we go all the way through the number 1, 2, and 3, 4 punches, it's jab, cross, hook, which can come off either side, left or right, left uppercuts, or right uppercuts. My head always stays in the middle no matter what, keeping my balance and my base solid. Those are some of the 4 punches, basic Muay Thai. Now, going from the basic 4 punches, we're going to go with our partner Tony. I'm going to be holding the focus mitts this time, and Tony's going to show you from the basic foot position of a southpaw left-hander, the same 4 punches. So we'll start. He's leading with his right leg in front. We're going to go jab, jab. We'll show his cross. Yeah, jab, cross. Notice that he keeps his elbows tucked in, his basic foot position. He's leading with one leg in front and a base leg in back. The majority of his weight should be in the back leg, and he's just kind of slanted forward. So we're going to go jab, cross again. On the hook punches, you can go either right or left. So we'll go hooks from either side. Notice he's getting the power by keeping his head in the center and shifting his weight from the hip motion. Now, if you were to pivot your feet on that motion, you throw yourself off. So keeping your feet flat like they're anchored into the floor, you're just winding the power from your hips. Again, hook punches. Now, if you're right-handed or you're left-handed, the foot position varies. If you're right-handed, your left leg's going in front. If you're left-handed, your right leg goes in front. But the base is still the same as far as where your weight's going. The majority is going to stay in the back. You don't want to over-pivot when you're throwing punches or elbows. You wait later on until we go into kicks. So, we've done the jab, the cross, the hooks. Now we'll go uppercuts. Off either hand. The power's still coming from his hips. When you let the punches go off uppercuts, you're trying to drive your weight up. So you push yourself up. If it's a left uppercut, push yourself up on your left. If it's a right, you push yourself up on your right. You're trying to get the snap of the hip, still keeping the head in the center. Uppercuts again. So if we were to go into a combination of the basic 4 punches, we could go jab, cross, hook. Notice that you want to keep the elbows in. Therefore, when you let the power go off the punches, you're using your tricep to go straight out. If your elbows flare up when you let the punches go, you lose a lot of power. You open yourself for body shots or body kick, punches, knees, and you lose a lot of power. You also lose length on the punch. So remember, when letting the punches go, extend your arm straight out as far as you can. You want the snap. That's going to be the turn of your wrist. Key important here is that your head stays in the center, where your belly button would be. The center. Chin down, hands up. So either what punch it is, it shouldn't matter. Your head still stays in the same spot, and your shoulders are protecting your chin. We could go into, from any combination, we could go jab, cross, hook, left uppercut. We could go jab, cross, hook to the body with the lead hand. On the hook punches, you can go to either the head region or you can go to the body region. The uppercut punches, you can use the body going straight in, or you can go straight for the chin. The easiest way to set up combinations and punches of the basic 4 are to get the momentum of your hips going. Right to left, almost like you're a machine. You're just winding up. As long as you keep your elbows in, now you're in a defensive move also. If your hands stay up, you're rolling. You're kind of slipping with the punches. As you slip and you get that momentum going, notice that my feet are flat on the floor. I'm using the twist of my hips and the turn of my knees to build momentum. That's some of the 4 basics with focus mitts. Noticing that Tony is left-handed, it's still the same thing. Basic foot position with the basic 4 punches. Now using the elbows and basic strikes of the elbows, we're going to use on the tie pads. Basically what we're trying to do here is, boom, close contact. When you've got close enough to the guy where you're too close to kick him, boom. You're in tie with him to punch, boom. Now you're almost a little too close. You can throw in left lead elbow, the hook elbow. I'm throwing off my lead hand. Boom. My weight is flat. Boom. My feet are planted. Left hook elbow. What I'm trying to do is roll my left elbow out like a hook punch. It's that same motion except for my arm's tighter now. The shoulder's still protecting my head. The right hand is up against the side of my head. The palm of my left hand is turned open. I'm trying to make my arm one piece. I'm trying to strike the head region of my opponent. Lead hand, left, hook elbow. You're trying to get your elbow inside the region of your opponent's face. Cheek, head bone. I can throw the hook elbow off the right side also. I'm going to have to put my hip into the punch though. This way. My right palm stays open. My left stays tucked in against my head. My elbows stay in. My head is still in the center. Right hook elbow. Right hook elbow. I put pressure on the ball of my back foot and I put my hip into the elbow. My head is protected with my arms as I move forward with the elbows. Hook elbows. Like the hook punch, you have the same motion, the wind up of the hips. Your head stays in the same spot, in the center. Key to the elbows though, you want to make sure that you're keeping your hands in tight so that if you throw off either side, you have the other side hand covering your head. So if you throw left, make sure your right is right here like it's on the phone. If you throw right, Make sure your right is covering your chin and your left is right here covering your face. Other side, hook elbows, uppercut elbows. When your opponent is advancing forward, you want to get underneath. Again, with the lead, left uppercut elbow or right uppercut elbow. You're trying to use the hard bone part of your elbow to penetrate the soft parts of the skin of the face and upper head region. Make sure that your arm is folded up into one solid piece. It doesn't feel like it's two pieces. Left uppercut elbow. Right uppercut elbow. Now with the uppercut, I'm pushing like I did with the punch, up on the toe. If I go left, push up on my left toe. Get the momentum of my hip to go up. If it's right, push up on your right toe. Get the right hip to move into it. Again, make sure you have control of both arms. If it's a right, keep the left against the side of your head. If it's a left, keep the right against the side of your head. Keep your head down so you're peering through the front of your gloves. Not in front of your face, to the sides. And you're starting with the same basic foot position we started with from the beginning. We can go over the top with the right elbow. You're going over the top. If your opponent's lead hand was extended forward, you can pry his arm down over the top. Almost similar to the hook, but you're going over the front. Left hand still comes across the top. You're bringing your elbow down over the top. Again, notice the shoulder is covering the chin. The left hand is covering the side of my face. I started here, over the top. So we've worked hooks, over the top. On the pad, so we'll start hook, left hook elbow, right hook elbow, left uppercut elbow, right uppercut elbow, over the top with the right, over the top with the left. Now, the same position with the feet on all of the moves. You're just trying to get your hips to do the work while keeping your feet flat and balance yourself in this base. Your hands stay up, your elbows stay in. There's still some ones we have left. We have a spinning one. You're using the momentum of your partner moving forward and the swing of your hips to come around. The key to this move is to make sure you keep your eyes on your partner at all times. So as he moves forward, I move my lead leg to the side of his lead leg and turn my toe into a pivot. Elbow. Spinning elbow. I'm using my backhand. So as he moves forward, I take one step with a half pivot in it. So I started with my foot in front. As I go, I step past his front foot and turn my heel. Turn my head simultaneously and let the elbow come around to meet the face. On the pads, I'll be look just like this. Key here on the spinning elbow. Make sure that your eyes come over the shoulder on the back. Make sure your arm is locked up into one solid piece. And make sure that shoulder is still protecting the chin. You don't want your head popping out. The key with the elbows is you have to remember that if you're close enough to throw an elbow and hit your opponent, he's close enough to hit you. So you want to make sure you have good defense. Even in your offense, you must keep one hand protecting your face. And you'll start to notice now that with all the upper body movements, my shoulders are doing all the work by protecting my chin as I just stay in a relaxed position right here. As I let any of the strikes go, it'd be punches, elbows, I'm making sure that I breathe, relax through my nose, and keeping my mouth clamped down on my mouthpiece. Those are 4 basic elbow strikes, Muay Thai style. Now incorporating punching to the elbowing, we're still using the basic 4 punches, the westernized boxing style punches, incorporating the elbow. Remembering that the elbow is a lot harder, so do this with a trainer or somebody. Make sure that you're using pads. Now we're going to start jab with your left. The number 1 punch, we'll use right over the top elbow. What I'm going to do is I'm going to close the distance with my left and then step and slide to the target. I'm closing the gap here between us with a small step with my lead foot off of the jab. Jab, right elbow. It's coming over the top. My left hand's covering my face. Again, if I'm close enough to hit him with the jab, I can hit him with anything else in my arsenal. But remember that after you close the distance with a jab, be sure you bring it right back. Because if I can hit him with this elbow, he can run right back. So make sure your face is protected with those shoulders. Keeping your elbows in. Jab over the top of the right elbow. I can go right cross, left hook elbow. That's the number 2 punch to the left hook elbow. Cross, hook elbow. If he's right in front of me and close enough for me to hit him with my cross, I can turn off of that motion. The twist of my hips here. Cross, elbow. If I want to use my own momentum of my backspin, I can use left jab, taking that small step and turn my head. Spinning right elbow. I could go right uppercut, right elbow. I could go left hook, right elbow. Remember that when throwing the elbows, you're getting your momentum from the twist of your hips. So don't raise up on your feet, otherwise your feet will start to come off the floor. Stay planted and just turn. If there's a gap here, step and slide. If you're leading forward, step with your lead leg, slide your back. I could go jab, cross, left hook punch, right elbow. I could go jab, right uppercut, left hook elbow. I could go left uppercut elbow, right over the top. All I'm basically doing is closing the distance with my elbows, trying to strike my opponent's face. Left uppercut elbow, right over the top elbow. I'm trying to go in between his arm position. So you're going to see the openings. After a while, you'll understand. You're trying to get the openings. Wherever his arms and he's not covered, you're trying to exploit. If he's holding his arms low, you can come over the top. If he's holding him high, you can come underneath. Underneath, using that uppercut elbow or the spinning right elbow from underneath. Spin, come underneath. You're driving your rear elbow off a spin underneath through his arms to the chin. So we could go jab, spinning right elbow. We could go cross, left hook over the top of the right elbow. We could go lead hook elbow, right uppercut elbow. Just remember that you keep your balance. You keep your head in the middle and you keep your arms in. Those are some of the basic 4 punching to elbowing, Muay Thai style. This concludes the basic punching to elbowing combinations. So when you train, make sure you train hard, and there's no such thing as a dumb question. Now starting from the basic foot position, we're going to knees. What you're trying to do with the knee strikes, there's different variations here. You're trying to get the hard bone part of your knee to enter the soft parts of your opponent's body. From this position, we're going to start with your base leg, your rear leg. Picking your knee just straight up. Without really moving your back. Keeping straight. Hands are in the same position you started with. Pick your right knee straight up the middle. Straight up the middle. Be sure that you don't flex the foot. Keep it relaxed. Pick the knee straight up the middle. Straight up the middle will be going straight up towards your face, towards your nose. Trying to get your knee up level so you can put a drink on it. Using your base leg, your rear leg, you're going to go right knee first. Picking the knee straight up, not to be confused with straight out. Out. If you lift your leg out, you're exposing the inner thigh muscle. that you can be taking advantage of. Boom. You come straight in, you're moving forward on your target with bone. To incorporate power for the knee, you're going to try to use your hip flexors like you are with the punching, the kicking. The motion now we're going to be focusing on is thrusting your hips forward. Picking up your right knee, pick it straight up the middle, and thrust your hips forward. To get full range of motion of your lower back, exhale. Extend your right arm out. This is going to give you balance. Right knee. Start slow. Stay relaxed. Pick the knee straight up. And then push your hips forward. You'll notice that your back, like a rocking chair, weighs back this way. Pushing your lower hips forward. Keeping the hands up. Extend the right arm out, palm first, towards your opponent. And you enter with the front knee. Starting with your right knee gives you a little bit more balance. We're going to go right knee. I extend the arm, the right arm. Protect my chin with my left. Knee. Apply to the bag. You're using the front of your knee with your foot pulled back and trying to enter the midsection or rib cage of your opponent. The middle of your heavy bag. Starting right knee, you're going to enter straight off. I exhale so I can get the extra push in there and get the air out. Exhale. Knee. Careful that you don't let your foot so loose that your toes hit at the same time. You got a lot of little bones in your foot. You could break a toe or hurt your foot. So make sure you pull your foot back. So now that you realize your knee's up, level, you can put a drink on there. It's to the midsection of your opponent. Now, as you pull that foot back, you notice your knee almost makes an arrow shape. You want that arrow to be driven into the bag with the push of your hips. So you're pushing your hips forward. You're not leaning back, you're pushing your hips forward. It almost appears that you're leaning back, which in a good sense takes your head out of the firing line of punches and elbows. But you want to make sure you block by using your lead hand across. That's the motion you're looking for. Exhale, push your hips forward. Use your back leg, right knee. Right knee into the midsection of the bag. Make sure that you bring the knee straight up the middle. So it's going straight in towards the target. If you come in this way from the outside, you're exposing muscle which can be separated and cause a Charlie horse. So enter in the middle. Make sure that you pull the foot back. It looks like your knee is pointing into an arrow. Keep the chin down and forward. If your head rolls back, you have weak neck muscles, which is going to cause you to dip back, putting a lot of strain on your lower back. Stay forward, keep your chin down. Starting at the basic foot position, right knee. The left knee. Same thing, we're going straight into the midsection, left knee. Just pick your knee up. I didn't move my upper body at all. I just picked my knee straight up. Pull that foot back slightly. Notice that it's pointing now. If you push your hips forward, that's the hip flexors. You're using, again, that forward push motion of your hips. What you're trying to do is enter the bag with your front knee, your lead knee now. So pick up your knee, push, 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 push. On the bag, you can do the same. Lead, just pick it up, push. Building momentum for this, you can add a shuffle to it. You're trying to switch your hips to build momentum for your lead leg. A small shuffle over the feet will build momentum for you can power your lead leg. Driving the front part of your knee, the hard, solid part, bone, into the soft midsection of your opponent. With a small shuffle of the feet, left lead knee. The shuffle. You're trying to drop your lead leg back about a small step and drive your back foot forward. Driving your hip and your knee into the midsection. Again, the feet. I'm going to try to drive my back foot forward. Pick up my front foot. Small hop, and I push the knee in to the midsection. If I was to start, I'm starting right knee, put my foot right down. Small little hop, like I'm going to run almost forward. Left knee. I drop back to the same foot position I started with. So, I've got A and B foot position. Start with the B leg, my back leg, knee. I'm trying to hit the center, midsection, with the front knee. Now I'm going to go left, or A. Small shuffle. I'm trying to move that back foot forward. And I go right back to the same foot position. So, front knees, you're walking them just like this. When you go to enter, push your hips forward. Be sure that you pull the foot back so that you're not hitting with the toes like an arrow. The knees are entering. The knees are entering. We incorporated that small little switch step. All you're trying to do is focus on the motion of your hips. With the twist motion, you're starting to realize that everything's coming off the motion of your hips. With that small twist motion and the push of your hips, you're now going forward. Keep that in mind when entering the bag with your knee. Now, incorporating punches to the knee. To keep it simple, you can go basic. Jab, right knee. Jab. As you pull the punch back, pick the right knee up, extend it straight into the bag, pulling the foot back. Extend your right arm out so you're going to the shoulder of your opponent. Jab. Right knee. Again. Jab. As you pull the punch back, shoot the knee straight forward so that the hard bone part is going straight up the middle. Even if he was to do the same time you would, you'd go bone to bone if he was doing it properly. If he was doing it improperly, coming from the outside, your bone would hit the inside of his thigh. Therefore, you're inflicting more pain than he is. So make sure the key in the knee here is you know where your center is at. In the middle. Your chin must be above your belly button, right in the center. Standing. Knee up, knee up, knee up. We're moving forward. Key here. Step. Knees. Those are front knees. You can go off right cross, left knee. Using the small switch step I used. Right cross, small switch step. My right hip is in. Small switch. Left knee. Right cross. Left knee. Jab. Right knee. You can throw in any one of the 4 punches that we did. The hooks, the uppercuts, the cross, the jab. You can incorporate any of those, even off an elbow. To a knee. These are good due to the fact that you're close quarter fighting. So, in position from an elbow, you can go straight to knee. Using those small angles we did from the first series, you're using the foot position, dimensions. So you're no longer one-dimensional. One-dimensional will be moving forward on the bag, forward and backward. As you move side to side, laterally, you can tend to confuse the opponent. So you're no longer standing toe-to-toe. You're moving. You're using less energy. The key here is conserving your energy. That's the basic front knee, Muay Thai style. Now, utilizing the basic knee, we've changed bag. We've gone from a leg kicking banana bag to a knee bag. This bag's a half bag, and basically you'll be able to clinch this bag now. The top of the bag is closer to you, and the chains are in. This bag, you can kick it and go straight to the knee. You can just knee it. You can clinch it and work. We're going to go, we just did the straight knee. Picking your knee straight up the middle and going in. You're getting the power from the push of your hips forward. This line of tape is symbolizing the midsection of an opponent. Here I'm going to start with my right straight knee. I exhale, I keep my chin down. I'm keeping my hands out in front with not my elbows flared open, but in still and forward. I'm trying to drive my knee into that midsection. Now notice my foot position. That's not foot position because I turned open now. Almost like I've turned to a side. My foot is open in the half open position. My left hand is this way and my eyes are still looking forward on the opponent. I've almost turned sideways. Almost like a side knee. It's still coming straight up the front. Boom, and I turn. Turning sideways helps me ensure that I'm getting longer length on the hip and more bone. More of the knee and less of the shin. And making sure that I come straight in up the middle. Boom. That foot automatically turns to the open pivot position. Half open. I'm hitting the middle with my right knee. Keep the chin down. Right knee. I pivot my left foot and stick the right knee in there. Starting basic from the very, very basic. Start slow. You can start on your bag in this position. Just pick your knee up, put it on there. Look at your foot now. Look at your hand. Your hand should be on the bag. Palm open, extend it out. Shoulders protecting your chin. Now from there you want to get power. Pivot your foot and push. It's a small motion, but once it goes fluid through one knee, it gets harder. Now you're using that, as we did in the first series, side-to-side stepping motion. You're using dimension, lateral movement. Now, you can go right knee to left knee. What you're trying to do is you're trying to work your hips. The front knees, you're using the front and back swinging motion. You can go in straight right knee. You can put your foot down. Now you've switched your foot position, but you have loaded your left knee. So now just drop back. Left knee, you're back to the same foot position. Right knee, left knee. I'm controlling the bag though. I know where the bag's at all times with my hands. So due to the fact that if I'm not using my hands, they're kind of no good for me. I'm keeping it right here, so I'm keeping the bag at bay. Right knee, left knee, front knee. I'm using the kickback of my hips as I'm pushing my butt back. Boom. Back, forward. Right knee, left knee. Once you work the knee into the clinch position. Clinch position. My head is down in the center. My elbows are in. I've now essentially grabbed my opponent or the bag by the top. Key here, keeping your cool, relaxing, and keeping your elbows in. If your elbows flare up, your opponent can grab your head and twist you from side to side, throwing you off balance. Keep your head down and elbows in, sunk tight. Since you're going to probably be wearing gloves, you can't really grab and lock onto your hands. What you can do is apply pressure onto the top hand, put your elbows together, keeping your head down in the middle, not to one side, because that disadvantages you. Breathe through your nose. So we've entered with the front knee. I've gone to the clinch now. My elbows are in. Notice I'm grabbing the top like I have the top of somebody's head. My head's down. I still have the same foot position I started from, the A and B, left leg in front, right leg in back. I can throw continuously front knees. All I'm going to try to do is drop my hips back and my back, like I'm sticking my butt out. Bend the knee and pull it straight up. So you're coming in a motion like this. Notice the knees coming up on an angle. I'm utilizing my tricep strength for a pull. Proper way to do it would be to give it a little push forward and use its own momentum of the bag or your opponent to moving backwards towards you. So push, knee. So the bag, I pushed it just slightly, so it's got a little rock to it now. It comes forward. As it comes back, I'm using the own momentum of it to stick my knee, boom, in. So I stick my butt back, and then I launch my knee up the middle. I'm still controlling the bag. I'm still holding on to it. My elbows are in. My elbows aren't out, they're in. As much as I can get them in, my head's down still. And I exhale as I let the knee go. So, push, knee. If you want to go left, you got to do that little shuffle step. Push, knee. I like the little shuffle because it gives you that added momentum and speed. Lead with speed, follow with power. The right is strong. Notice the power is coming from my hips doing this. I keep my head forward. If my head was up, I'd be easily drawn to one side. Since my head's down, it's harder to grab my neck. Considering that when you're doing this with an opponent, they're trying to grab your head. So, we've gone the front knee now from the clinch. We started front knee, just using it as a weapon from standing in your base. To the clinch. You're now in the clinch and you're using front knee to hit the midsection. As you grab the top of the bag or your opponent's head, you're trying to pull them to the knee. Notice my hips. I stick my butt back. I pull the knee in. Like an arrow, it's entering the bag. My chin's still protected by my shoulders. Working from this position, we can now pull the bag. Side knees. Side knees. You're still emphasizing the midsection, rib cage now. No longer are you trying to pull the opponent forward. You're trying to jerk him from side to side. Keeping the hand position still in, elbows in tight. You work from this position. Try to drop your foot out to one side. As you shift your hips from side to side, you begin to feel momentum. As you were throwing the punches from left to right, or throwing kicks from right to left, you build momentum. Your body's twisting like a little machine. Now you're shifting your hips. Like a hula dancer, you're shifting side to side. Shift, drop your foot. If you're going to the left, you're going to do a left knee. Shift your hips to the left. Drop your right foot to the middle. Foot position. You're going to shift your hips to the left. You're trying to do a left knee. Shift your hips to the left. Drop your right foot to the middle. Middle will be here. Pick your knee up. If you're trying to hit your opponent, midsection, this side of his rib cage is with the inside of your knee. You're no longer using the front bony part. Using the inside. It's still a bone, it's still hard. You must be careful though. When doing this, don't turn your knee down. If you turn your knee down, you're going to hit the top part of your knee. It's kind of sore, and you could pull the kneecap off. Keep your knee level. Just think you can keep a drink on your knee the whole time. Like this. Opening and closing a door. Now incorporate that middle. You must know where your middle's at all times. Going back to series 1 with the base, chin is over the belly button. You're going to drop. You're going to go left knee first from the clinch. Drop your foot to the left. So you're going to move your right foot to the middle of your base. Pick the knee up. Now it's level. I can put a drink on it. Just turn it in. Just like that. Put it down. Boom. So you've added a step to build momentum for your hips. You're in close. Just think, side to side, you're relaxed. Your head down in the center. Knee. Again, I exhale when I let my knees go. Drop, knee. Now, you can do that with left or right. If you're going to go right, drop your left foot to the middle. Just middle. Remember, if you have foot position A and B, you're now incorporating foot position C. C is the middle of your feet. Put your left foot on C, which is the middle. Pick up your right knee. So if you're going right knee, move your left foot first to the middle. Pick up your right knee, and it goes in. So you're going just like this. Drop, pick it up, in. Drop, pick it up, in. You're going to turn your hips like this and move the feet. 1, 2, boom, 3. This is right side knee from the clinch. You move the hips, get momentum, move the foot, boom. Shift, drop, knee. Now what I'm doing with my hands is I'm resting on the bag, my body weight. I'm resting my body weight on the bag, and I'm also pulling. If I go right knee, I'm going to pull the bag to the right. Here, it's easier to turn the bag from side to side. Time it as you would your opponent. Give them a nudge to the left and then jerk them to the right. Vice versa. Nudge them to the right, jerk them to the left. So that they pull back the opposite direction. They're using their own body weight to go back into their own move. So if I'm going to go left knee, give them a nudge to the right and then pull. Back. 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 Again, you're attacking the midsection, rib cage of your opponent or the bag. Notice this bag has the midsection already taped off. You're using your knee still, but a different part, the inside. It's still hard as long as you flex your foot. Boom, pull it down. So we've gone from the front knee to the clinch. We've used the motion of your hips to go side knee in the little step. We also incorporated the pull. If you want to go left, go the opposite direction and then pull back hard. Remember, don't let your foot get in the way, and it's coming from your hips. You're either going side to side or you're going forward and back. As long as you stay relaxed in the clinch, you'll have nothing really to worry about as long as you keep your base solid. Keep your head down so it doesn't get popped out. And just relax. That's a basic knee, Muay Thai style. Now incorporating a partner with Thai pads, we're going to use the front knee. Using my base leg, I'm going to try to use my knee to enter the Thai pads in the midsection. So Tony's holding the Thai pads where the midsection of an opponent would be. Basically what I'm going to try to do is keep my head in the center off my basic foot position. Using my base leg, I'm going to pick up my knee forward. Drive my knee to the midsection of the Thai pads or my opponent. Now there's a gap here between me and my opponent. What I'm trying to do is make sure that my knee goes forward into my opponent, my head stays forward. What I'm doing is I'm extending my right arm as I pick my right knee up, and I drive that arm out, palm first, covering my chin with my left forearm. I'm trying to get my knee stable up and straight in. The easiest way to explain this, when you're covering a gap and you want to enter with your knee, make sure that your chin is down so your face isn't exposed, and you're leading straight in. Straight in being where your face, your nose is, where your belly button is, where your chin should be. If you pick your knee up from the outside and your opponent rushes you, you're going to cause your own mistakes. Make sure your knee comes straight in. That way it's more reach. And it's a lot harder going straight in. Now if you happen to go bone to bone, if he's doing the same thing you're doing, it's whoever was faster is going to get the pain. So that's the front right knee. You can use the little switch step and use your lead knee also. Entering with the lead knee. I'm just folding back my foot. so that my knee is going into an arrow position. My leg is flat, like I could put a drink on it without it sliding off. And I'm just going to drive with a push forward motion of my hips into the midsection or the thigh pads. Keeping the elbows in so I can reach for my opponent's head if I have to, or parry punches if he was punching at me or elbowing at me, blocking them as I enter. So if my opponent's lead hand was out here, I could parry it with my lead hand and shoot a knee. I could suck his arm in, going pretty quick, and enter the midsection with my knee. Again, you're trying to get your knee, the hard bone part, the solid part, the part that should be bent, the part that looks like an arrow, into the soft regions of the midsection. It'd be rib cage or front or sternum. If your opponent's head is down and you catch them in the face, then that's just a shorter fight for you. So, from the vase position, right front knee. Key on the knees, you want to keep your stability. If you shoot a knee, don't put your foot forward when you're done. Make sure you're starting from the A and B foot position. A and B. Keep A and B. So if you use your back leg, the B leg, to knee, put it right back on B. The less steps, the better. Keeping your chin down, your way forward, keep your eyes on your opponent at all time. Right knee, you can switch and do the left knee. Key here, you're trying to get your hips to go forward. I'm using my lower back to drop and push. From this position where my arm is fully extended, my left arm, I know exactly, as soon as I can touch my opponent, I can knee him. That's knowing your range. Now you can go into hand combination to knee. You can go into leg kick to knee, body kick to knee. From there you have a full array of your arsenal. Now we're going to go without the thigh pads, just walking down into the clinch, just trying to grab your partner's head. From the clinch position, you're going to be wearing gloves. So what you want to do is you want to keep your elbows in, your chin down. You'll see a lot of guys that come out in the clinch ready to do knees like this. If your arms are open, you're giving away a lot of your body right now. Keep them in tight, just like you still have the boxing position. Keeping your head straight, looking forward on your partner. You're just trying to grab the back of your partner's head. You're not trying to go for the back of his neck. You're trying to go for the back of his head. You're trying to control his head so he pulls his head down. Using the base that we did from Series 1, you're going to use that base to help you move your partner and go into the clinch using knees. So with my partner Tony, we go into the clinch. Now we're into the clinch. I can use the front knees like we just did. Notice my foot is back. My knee looks like it's in an arrow position, and I'm entered into the midsection of Tony using my back leg. A reminder that I'm right-handed and Tony is left-handed, so it may look awkward to you, but I'm just showing you that from this position it's the same base. If I use my lead knee on Tony, I do that small hop step. Again, either side, the front knee is looking the same. The momentum here and the motion is this, like a rocking chair. Now, if he's tired already, or if he has a weak neck, I can pull him into that using his own momentum to meet mine, making for a shorter fight. If he has a strong lower back and a strong neck, and he moves right, we're going to be stuck in this position, a stalemate. Now, I can use side knees from this position, trying to close the gap here, because if there's too big of a gap between my opponent and I, we can go all day with each other doing knees, and it goes to a battle of who's got better abs. From here, I'm just staying relaxed with my elbows tucked in, trying to work the top of my opponent's head to pull him forward. I can go right knee to the midsection, put my foot back, and then raise my right knee up using the inside and go to the midsection of my opponent. It's just coming straight up and using the inside. Again, I still pull my foot back. I'm using my hip flexors to turn. My head is still down, my chin is protected by my shoulders. Now what I'm doing is I'm giving my little opponent a nudge to the left. To counter that movement, he goes back the opposite direction. So I nudge him to the left. To counter that, he moves back to his right. As he moves back to the right, I jerk to the right as hard as I can and I knee, same time. He goes into my knee. Now we started a game of pushing and pulling. It's a matter of now, going back to Series 1, who has a better base position in their foot. If you're crossing your legs up, or if you keep switching back and forth, it throws your base off. So make sure that you have a good solid base and you're relaxed, keeping your head down, your elbows in, and working straight forward. When moving backwards on any movement, it's hard to keep your balance. And most of your weight should be on your base leg as it is, so you don't want to be moving backwards, moving angles. So from that knee, we've gone into the front knee, off base or lead, worked into the clinch from the side knee. Again, all the motion is your hips. You're trying to open your hips up. Like we did on the red bag. From the clinch, my head was down. I raised my knee and turned my knee in. This black line representing the midsection of an opponent. Now remember, you're not just hanging on with your hands. You're relaxed with your hands resting up here. Again, I push to the left, and then I pull to the right and give a right knee. And stay relaxed. As I knee, I exhale. Trying to drive the bone part into soft area. On the side knee, you're using the side of your knee. Make sure that when you let it go, you're still entering straight in. And then you turn. If you come on to your opponent going this way, you're exposing soft tissue area, which can bruise, giving you a dead leg on the inside of your leg. Therefore, not a very good idea. So, with the opponent, or with Tony again, we can go straight into the clinch. Now we're trying to work hand position. I'm trying to grab the top of his head. If he's trying to do the same thing, we're weaving each other's arms in and out. The best hand position is what Tony has on me right now. He has it inside. His elbows are squeezed tight, and he's got the top of my head with both of his palms. From here, it's a matter of him wheeling me whichever way. He can use the front knees. He could use the side knees. I'm in a bad spot now. What I need to do is grab either his hips and push my hips in, therefore closing the gap on us so that he cannot hit me anymore and keeping my head down. Or try to come up through here, break open his, and go. Breaking open his arm position. From here, if he's got me in that tight with his elbow squeezed, I'm going to pull with my right arm down, weaving my left hand underneath. I put hand on top of hand. This way. Using my left elbow, I'm going to pry up his elbow and shoot my right hand underneath. Breaking open his elbows and then therefore going to town with the knee. Too much of a gap between you and your partner leads to too much momentum being used in here. If you can do this, so can he. So you want to use those angles now. If he's got me in the clinch and it's tight and I'm trying to break it open, I can step to one side or step to the other side. Therefore pulling each other off weight. If I have no balance, it's hard for me to try to get anything off being offensively. I straight go to defense, trying to grab hips, trying to push my hips in. So that move again, if he's got me in the full locked up with his elbows pinched in, grab with my right arm, pull down, come underneath with my left, my lead on top of hand, push my elbow up, pushing his elbow up. Using my right arm, grab the back of his head again, and we start all over. Trying to use angles, trying to pull each other off balance, and then shoot the knee. So if I push him to the left with my arms, and he wants to come back to the right, I use my right knee. Push to the left, boom, go to the right. The key here is swinging your hips out. Opening your hips to let them do the work and staying relaxed. The little sneaky tricks are the movement. Key here, you're still keeping your elbows in, you're keeping your feet flat, and you have to stay more relaxed now. You're using more muscles, you're using bigger muscles now, so you want to stay relaxed. That's basically the knee from the clinch with a partner, Muay Thai style. In this series, we're going to show the basic fundamentals of Muay Thai kicking and some drills, including a little conditioning. Alright, we're going to start real basic with the leg kick. Using my base leg, my back leg, I'm going to try to get my shin bone to my opponent's thigh so I can separate his quadricep muscle with my shin bone. We're going to start out real basic with the back leg, where the majority of your weight is at. What I'm going to try to do is I'm going to be hitting the thigh pads with Tiki. I'm going to try to get my shin bone onto the middle of the thigh pad by pivoting my lead foot, thrusting my hip forward. As I thrust my hip forward, I'm going to pivot my foot. The key to the kick is to stay relaxed. If you try to flex your foot out going straight into the pad, what you do is you start an upward motion, which is hard to stop. You're trying to get your hips to go through the target. So that incorporates you opening your foot to a pivot and bringing your hip in. So you want to keep your chin down, relax, bring your knee towards the pad, and then pivot so your body goes through the target. Starting real slow, I'm going right leg kick. Notice as I kick, my foot's relaxed. I'm just trying to get my shin bone across the middle of the pad. I pivot my lead foot. I'm kicking with my base leg. I'm kicking my opponent's front leg. Leg kick. Leg kick. I'm going to move, and I'm going to show you from the back position. Going same leg still. Notice my hips open up and my foot turns. And from this position, really emphasize the pivot of my foot. I'm turning it so where my toes were facing my opponent, they're now turning open. My hand position. My left hand is across my chin. My eyes are looking forward. My right hand is straight out. Key to this is making sure that you keep your base open. If you kick and your feet are too close together, or if you kick and your knees are too close together, you're going to feel like you have no balance. So make sure that you keep a nice solid base. And you're switching from the weight in your back foot to the weight in your front foot. Weight transfer goes on. And you stay relaxed. Once you kick, the weight goes back to the back foot. My hands are up, my chin is down. I'm going freely with my hands so that I know where my opponent's at all times. He's at arm's length. As I kick, I exhale deep, getting all the air out of my diaphragm. And I stay relaxed, trying to get my shin bone across the middle of the pad or my opponent's thigh. That was using my base leg, my back leg, going to my opponent's front leg. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to body. To the body, the midsection, where your opponent's air would be held, right in here. Again, we're going to start with my back leg, my base leg, going to the middle, midsection of my opponent on the thigh pads. So you can just hold in the midsection. I'll go back from the beginning. Midsection using your back leg. Again, emphasizing the same technique. Knee going forward and turning my hips over. So I'm not only just going straight up on the guy, I'm going through him. Best way to start this is to go slow. If you go too fast, you lose your balance and it's hard to get the technique right. I'm starting from a solid base position. As I start, I transfer the weight from my back foot to my front foot and I raise up on my toe. Not only am I going up, but I'm leaning forward like I'm going through my target. The power is coming from the turning of my hips. So I'm coming straight up and turn. Straight up and I turn. Pivot my foot as I'm on the toe and pull my hips over. I'm trying to cut my opponent in half, getting my shin bone to meet his rib cage. On the Thai pads, I'm going right body kick. The body kick looks very similar to the knee. Although I'm not hitting the pad straight on with my knee, it's almost an extension. The shin wraps over. Again, I'm not flexing my foot out. I'm relaxing those muscles and letting it come off like a whip. Again, the weight transfer. The weight's in the base leg. As I kick, it goes to the lead leg, and I pivot. As I come back, the weight goes back to my back leg. My hands are up in this position. I'm looking forward on the target. I'm breathing through my nose. My chin is down in between my forearms. When I kick, the hand position, I'm going to lead with my lead hand. As I kick, I switch hands, building momentum for my hips to be turned. I'm also using my hips and my shoulders now. My left hand blocks my face as I kick. My right hand is extended. On the pad from the back, we're going right body kick. Notice the pivot of my foot. As I pivot on my foot, I go up on the toe, pushing myself forward, building momentum. So I'm going through my target. From this angle, still right body kick. I'm trying to get my shin bone to lay parallel with the floor across my opponent's midsection. Key here, as you kick, make sure you don't lean back. If you lean back, you're throwing your lower back into it, which is going to cause you to throw yourself off balance, and it's going to cause a little bit of pressure back there. Keep your back straight, keep your eyes on your opponent, and let the hips come over. That's where you're getting the power, from the shift of your hips and the pivot of your foot. Right body kick. All right, now here we go. We're going to go without the Thai pads, using Tiki. Basically, what I'm trying to show is point of contact, using your shin bone, this hard part on the inside of your leg. Some people, if you kick and you over-rotate, you're hitting the outside of your calf muscle, which, remember, it's a muscle, so it can bruise and be knotted up. You want to get the inside, sharp part of your bone. Using your back leg, we're going to go over the same kicks we just did on the Thai pads, using your base leg, your right leg, to your opponent's lead leg. From here, I'm coming in with my hands up. What I'm going to do is I'm going to try to drive my knee, my back knee, forward towards the target. As I get there, I pivot my foot so my shin bone wraps around. I'm trying to separate the muscle right here on the side of the quadricep. The best way to start this kicking technique is to start slow, just like we did, and get the balance. Because if you can hang right here, then you can realize where you need to go. The turning of the hip, that's where the power comes from. The faster you can turn that hip over, the more power you're leading into the kick. A few common misconceptions. As you kick, you don't want to raise up. Try to stay low towards the floor, like you're grounding yourself. Almost like you're swinging in action going down. You're trying to get that shin bone down to that thigh and to go down towards the floor. So that incorporates bending your lead knee slightly and pivoting your foot to an open position. Here, I'm going right leg kick. Using my back leg, I'm kicking my opponent's front leg. I'm making sure that my head is not exposed as I kick, but covered by my shoulders. And I still know where my opponent's at, starting with my lead hand. As I kick, that lead comes over to cover my chin, and I extend my right hand with my right leg. So I still have my opponent at bay. If he was to throw a right cross at me as I kick, my shoulder still rolling over to protect my chin. As my opponent was to throw a punch, he's putting pressure, the weight transfer, to his lead leg, which makes him very susceptible for a leg kick. Going to the body kick now. Using my right leg, same leg, I'm going to go to my opponent's body. I'm trying to clip him underneath the elbow, in between his hip, right here, trying to fold out and knock the air out of him. I'm going in the same way, except for now when I go to the body, I try to raise up to the toe and thrust my hips forward as I twist them. Body. Again, my leg is relaxed. I'm just trying to turn my hips over. Again, I use the arms for momentum. My eyes are forward, looking at the target. You must be careful when kicking. If you don't roll that hip over, you're going to kick straight up. Usually you'll catch your opponent's elbow. So the key here is to make sure you're turning your hip over. It's a lot of rolling. The key here is you must be relaxed. So before you do this, you must stretch out. So we're going there. We'll go from the back position. First we'll go leg kick. Body kick. Leg kick. Body kick. Again, showing the attack from the same position, same leg. My back leg to my opponent's front leg. Leg kick. I'm trying to thrust my hips in and at the same time turn them. As I turn them, I pivot my foot. Leg kick, I slightly bend my knee. Body kick, I'm raising to the ball of my toe. Again, my head is always staying forward. I'm not rolling my head from side to side. It stays in the middle, above my belly button. That was a basic leg and body kick attack. Now we're going to the right head kick. Using my back leg, my base leg, where the majority of my weight's at, I'm going to go to my opponent's head. Right now we're using the thigh pads. I'm just trying to wrap my shin bone across the neck or the forehead, temple area of my opponent's head. This is a kick you probably wouldn't want to use in the beginning of a fight. Maybe work it up later on when your opponent's hand starts to go low. This kick, you want to make sure you're stretched out nice and good before you get your leg up there. You don't want to tear any muscles. So make sure you have a good sweat broken before and you've stretched out. Using my back leg, the same thing I'm trying to get here is to get my hip and my knee to go forward first. Starting out almost just like a knee, but as I get it there, obviously I'm going to try to get my knee a little higher now. I'm trying to get it up. I'm going to still go up on the ball of my toe now, raising myself up, using my front leg to push myself up on the toe. Getting up there, I'm going to twist, trying to get my shin bone to whip across the top, hitting the middle of the pads. As I kick, I want to relax. Make sure your foot and everything is relaxed. If you try to tense and kick straight up, what will happen is your muscles will only want to go straight. Therefore, if your opponent's standing like this, you might kick him in the elbow before you even hit him in the head. So make sure you're nice and relaxed. You're loose. Kick knee straight up and then turn your hips into the pad. So if the pads are standing right in front of you, you're trying to turn your hips into the pad. We'll go right head kick. With my head still covered in the boxing, almost boxing position, I'm going head kick. I raise up on the ball of my foot and I pivot. Using the raising of my toe, I'm increasing my height, therefore trying to get a little bit closer up to the top of my opponent's head. From the back position, notice as I use my lead foot to push up on my toe, using my calf muscle, I'm going to go up and turn. Again, I'm just trying to get my shin bone to get up there to the top. So I want to make sure you're nice and stretched. That's using my back leg. Again, remember, this is something you want to come straight off the top with. You might want to mix it up into a combination or wait until your opponent's hands start to drop. Kicking this high, you're leaving yourself vulnerable for sweeps or inside leg attacks. Key with this one is the weight transfer. As you started with the weight in your back foot, as you kick, it goes to your lead foot, and you should be raising up, going to the ball of your foot and turning. Key here, the pivot of your lead foot and the turn. You must pull your hips over. That was a right head kick. Now, without using the Thai pads, we're just trying to show the basic right head kick, your back leg to the head. Without the Thai pads, using Tiki as my partner here, what I'm trying to do is get my shin bone up to the top of Tiki's head. With him blocking his face, using his arms, his forearms, basically I'm working myself in forward so I know where my distance is at. Once I've reached it, I'm trying to get my shin bone to get up there. So, to the top. My shin bone works across the top. Therefore, if his hands are starting to lower and I go over the top, I'm going to get my shin bone right across the top of his head. A position I wouldn't want to be put into myself. That's the right head kick, using your back leg. Okay. From the back position, I'm still using my right leg, my base leg. I'm just showing from the back the head kick, using my base leg. I'm trying to get my shin bone to reach my partner's temple or neck region. And as I kick, I turn my hip down. So the kick starts up and then it goes down. From a side view, again, I'm using the push of my toe, the raise of my calf muscle to get myself up higher. Now, if my opponent was to rush in quickly on the head kick, if I did it properly, he'd still run right into my knee first. As long as your weight is staying forward with your chin down, proper hand technique while you kick would keep him at bay. And that was right head kick, using my back leg. Now, still using my back leg, my base leg, I'm going to go for push kick. I'm trying to drive my right leg, the leg with the majority of the weight on it, forward onto my opponent's midsection. What I'm trying to do, I can use this in a defensive position. If my opponent was advancing forward, I can use the ball of my right toe to push it into the middle, the midsection, the soft region of my opponent. So, with the majority of my weight on my back leg already and my hands up in the basic foot position we started from, my opponent was moving forward. I raise my knee straight up the middle. Up the middle would be where your belly button, where your chin should be. Sometimes people would think that up the middle is this way. If you extend your leg this way and your opponent comes in with a knee, he's hitting your inside, separating your muscle, therefore not really working towards what you're trying to do. So make sure you get your knee cupped straight towards the middle. This kick is coming from your hips, using the push motion of your hips to go forward. Using the ball of your toe, you're trying to drive that in forward. Keeping your chin down, eyes forward on the target. Right push. Now you can use this in a defensive, as your opponent moves forward, your back, you push. Once you push, hit the pads or your opponent's midsection, and then put the weight back onto the back foot. Again, the motion you're trying to use is swing forward with your hips. On this push kick, key thing here, you do not want to bend your lead knee. If you bend your knee, you're lowering yourself. You're also losing the power from the hips, because then it goes to your leg. So make sure your leg has got pressure on it, but you're not bending the knee. As you raise your back knee up and push, pull it back. From this position, you want to make sure if your opponent is too far away and you miss, say your opponent moves forward and then he moves backwards, in and out. If I miss, from this position, I don't want to fall forward. Therefore, I'm going to try to slightly pivot my lead foot, almost turning this back push kick into a side kick. Forward on you guys, it's looking just like this. Notice my foot is on a slight angle. From there, I'm turning my foot. I'm not raising up on the ball of my toe. I'm just turning my foot open. Push kick. Side angle of the right push kick. Now, if my opponent is slightly jittery and not standing right in front of me, moving, showing angles, if he moves and I extend my foot too far on this, if you're up on the ball of your toe, what's going to happen is you're going to end up falling forward, putting yourself in a vulnerable position to be attacked. From here, that's why I'm trying to use my hips, focusing on keeping the power in my hips. I extend my foot. If he moves, I can plant and keep moving forward with knee, body kick, or I can pull back. If he moves, I'm right back, keeping the power in my hips and not on the balls of my feet. So from here, just key here is make sure you don't bend your knee. If you bend your knee, you're putting yourself in a vulnerable position to where you could fall forward. So keep your foot so it can turn open. So if my opponent starts to move back, I won't fall forward on it, and I can follow through. Keeping your weight over the hips is important here. That's right push kick. Now, moving along with the push kick, we showed the push kick on the pads from a defensive position. Defensive, if you're standing in your stance and your opponent's moving forward, I'm using his momentum as well as the push of my hips to keep him away from me. It's in order for my opponent to stay off of me so I can set up or catch my breath. If I want to use my push kick as an offensive, if my opponent is moving from side to side or is not really engaging moving forward, what I can use it is a setup, part of something else. So leading with my push kick, my right push kick, I can go right push kick into my arsenal, just closing the gap with the push kick. In order to do that, I'm going to make sure that I keep my legs straight. If I bend my knee and I go into the push kick, I could miss, therefore not being able to set up any more of my arsenal. But if I keep my legs straight, locked out, I can advance forward. Almost using my push kick like a jab now, but I'm using my back leg. I just push it forward, trying to get the ball of my foot to hit the midsection or sternum. If I'm flexible, the chin of my opponent. Therefore, moving off, using as a setup. I can go forward from there. Push, and I can step. I can go to left. I could push and go to knee. Or I could just push and go into punching. That's using the push kick on an offensive position. Again, I can show it from the other angle. The defensive would be my opponent moving forward on me and me standing my ground. I use the push kick in the defense. Using a push kick in the offense, my opponent is not, he's basically moving away from me. He's moving away from me. I set it up by closing the gap, the distance between both of us with that kick. From there, I can go body kick, knee, punching. That's the right push kick on an offensive. Now we're using our left leg. That's the lead leg in our stance. That's the leg that you don't want to be pushing too much weight onto. If you have too much weight on your lead leg, your front leg, it's kind of hard to push off on the back because you're going to have to switch the weight back. Therefore, it's holding back your power punch, your power kick. So, you're keeping the majority of the weight on the back leg. You're now going to kick with your front leg, your left leg. This is my lead leg. I'm going to go inside leg kick. What I'm using my leg for now is almost like the jab punch, except from closing the gap with my leg. trying to get my shin bone to the inside thigh of my opponent. Using the Thai pads, this is how Tiki is going to hold for the inside leg kick. For the inside leg kick, what I'm doing is I'm basically pivoting the opposite foot now. I'm pivoting my back foot. By putting weight on the ball of my foot, I turn my foot open without raising all the way up on my toe. Just a slight pressure and turn my back foot open. That way the kick can now turn over off my hips. Inside leg kick's good. It's like a jab. You're closing the distance on your opponent by hooking just the inside of your shin bone to the inside of their thigh. To set up for a numerous, you can go from punching to kneeing to kicking. Inside leg kick. My eyes are forward, my hands are up. Now this isn't a power kick. This is a kick you're using like a jab. You don't want to throw it as hard as you can. You want to make it quick, not hard. That's the inside leg kick. Going from the back position. Notice my footwork is the same, except for when I go to kick, I open up my back foot with a slight pivot. Again, I'm trying to get my front leg to the inside thigh of my opponent. I'm closing the distance. I'm covering that gap. Once I cover that gap, I know exactly where my opponent's at, and I can open my arsenal up on him. Inside leg kick. I'm using my front leg. Now, it's not a hard one. It's just a fast one. Again, it consists of moving my back foot, the foot I'm not kicking with, moving it open so I can turn my hips through the target. Once I know exactly where my opponent's at by the feel of my foot, the inside leg kick, I can then go to my full arsenal. That's the inside leg kick using my left leg, my lead leg. Now, using my left leg, we're going to the left body kick. There's two ways to do it. You can kick straight off with your lead leg. What I'm trying to do is get my left shin bone to wrap across the body of my opponent. Now, since it's my front leg, it's taking extra power to shift my hips over. What I'm trying to do to get to the body is to raise up on my back foot and to turn my foot into that pivot. As I do that, I'm trying to pull my weight over through my opponent. Again, my leg is relaxed. I'm not trying to flex my muscles straight up, because if I flex my muscles straight and I try to kick as hard as I can, what ends up happening is I go right into my opponent's elbow. I end up kicking straight up, and it's going to cause me to get lumps on my shin or on the calf region. So I'm trying to turn my hips over so I end up going through with my lead leg. Another way you can do to build momentum for the hips is to put a slight switch into the step. So from here, what I'm going to try to do is advance my back foot forward towards the target with a hop. I'm going to hop my lead leg up. The key to this is it's got to be very quick. If you take too long, you're telegraphing the movement. Your opponent can move. I'm going to hop my lead leg up and advance my back foot forward. As I do that, I raise up my lead leg as fast as I can. As I do that, I'm building momentum. I shift my hips for a slight moment. Boom, just getting enough twist to let the lead leg go off. So I'm going to go left switch kick to the body. Left switch kick to the body. Now, focus on the feet because I'm going to work my back foot forward. I twist. I'm not only twisting my hips, but I twist my upper body. One hand covers my face. My eyes are still looking forward. One hand extends forward towards my opponent. Again, I've always got my opponent at arm's length. In case they try to come in with a punch or elbow, my face and my chin region is covered here. That's lead switch kick. We'll go from the back position. Lead switch kick. Again, I'm just trying to use the balls of my feet to go quickly forward into my opponent and go through him. So not only am I pushing forward, I'm also trying to go through him. Again, when you kick, remember you must exhale, getting all the air out so you can twist all the way through. From here, this position where you're still using your front leg with the little hop now, the switch body kick using my left. Again, as you let the kick go, remember, whatever leg you're not kicking with, the other one's working also. You got to open it, pivot it. If you're starting in this position, as you kick, you've got to move your feet so your hips can work all the way through. The power's coming from this. The momentum building in your hips and your lower back. So that's the left switch kick to the body. We can also go left push kick. Like the right push kick, except for you coming off your lead leg. Again, this can be used in a defensive or an offensive situation. If my opponent, again, is moving forward on me, it's a defensive. What I'm trying to do is keep my knee up to where I want, exactly where I want to strike. If I want to hit my opponent in the midsection, where is he advancing to me? I'm going to get my knee to there. If my opponent's holding the pads here, like Tiki is, I'm just trying to get up the ball of my foot up there and the knee and push out from there. So again, you must have a nice warm and stretched before you can get this one out. I'm trying to push with my hips, this motion right here. Now notice my back foot slightly turns open as I let this one go. So my foot's not straight up, it's on a slight turn. Not only do I let my left foot go forward, I extend out my left hand. It's helping me counterbalance myself. It's also keeping my opponent at arm's length, so I know exactly where they're at. My right hand goes across, protecting my chin. Left push kick. Again, remember, in your basic stance, the weight's shifted to your back leg. Now this is left push kick defensive. That means my opponent would be moving forward on me. I use it to hold my own ground. If I have my own circle, my opponent's moving forward to me. I use it. Key here, keep your back leg straight. If you bend your knee, you're losing the power in the hips. Now it's going down. You'll never get to your target. You'll fall. Keep your back leg straight. Keeping the power on the ball of your foot up through your hips so you can just push. Up and push. Up and push. Up and push. Notice my back foot turns open. But I do not go all the way up onto the toe. And my foot is still relaxed. Left push kick. Now if I was to use the push kick in an offensive move, to close the gap, to find where my opponent's at, we're moving. You can set it up. Push kick and then leg kick. Push kick to knee. Push kick and come in with hands. Using that left leg, it's like using the jab. But now your jab just got longer. Hopefully your foot and your leg is longer than your arm. So, from there, you're using the longer portion of your body to cover the gap between you and your opponent, or you and your training partner. Again, remember, you want to keep the majority of your weight back there so you have somewhere to push off of, that base. Now, using the left push kick, we'll go from the back and another side angle. Notice my foot position. I don't bend my knee. I get the knee to the target and then I extend the foot from the hip. So I get the knee to the target and then I extend my foot straight out and I push with my hip. My chin stays down and forward. If my head was to go back, it'd throw my weight off, making me go backwards. So I keep my head forward, my eyes looking on the target, and I extend the left arm. It helps me keep my balance out this way. That's the left push kick. Now, using my lead leg, my left leg, my front leg, I'm going to go to the head. Try to wrap my shin bone again to the temple, the neck region of my opponent. With Tiki holding the Thai pads up high, we're going to go head kick using my front leg. Now, when I personally go for the head kick, I'm going to try to incorporate a little switch step in there, where I advance my back leg forward and push up on my toes. It's a small hop, and then you bring that left knee straight up. Now, as I do that, I'm going to incorporate the kick. So I'm going to twist my hips and let my shin roll over. Notice as I do it, my leg is completely relaxed, so that it's like a whip. It's going to come over. Hopefully it comes over the top and turns down. Boom, onto my opponent. Now with that small little hop switch, I'm going to go to the head of my opponent using my front leg. Switch, kick. Again, as I kick, I go to the ball of my toe, my back foot. I push myself up. And I turn. Boom. My hips down. From the back position, I'm going left head kick. With the left head kick, I can start the combination left head kick, right cross, or left head kick, right knee, going straight in. If I notice my opponent's hands are starting to drop low, I can set the head kick. Again, I'm just trying to get my knee straight up forward and then turn. As I let the kick off, my hips go forward and then they twist. That's lead head kick using my front leg. Now, with my partner Tiki, we're going without the Thai pads. We're going to start with the inside left leg kick. I'm basically using that leg kick, my front leg, to cover the distance. So I'm finding my opponent. I'm using it as a rangefinder. I'm trying to get him with the inside of my shin. If you kick your opponent with the top of your foot, and he blocks it by pointing his knee, boom! All of a sudden, now my foot really hurts, and I may have broken a bone in there. So you want to make sure you get your shin bone. It's going to be lower because you're reaching. But just make it quick. Don't make it a hard one. So we're going inside leg kick, using my front leg to the front leg of my opponent. To let that kick off, I turn my back foot towards my opponent. Not raising up on the toe, but staying down low towards the floor and just turning. Now I'm going to try to keep pressure on the balls of my feet, because of this one, I can snap and move. I'm using my left leg like my jab. It's a rangefinder. This is not a power shot. Now from the back position, left inside leg kick. It breaks up the momentum of my opponent. Once I've found the range on my opponent, I now know I can open my arsenal up on him. I know exactly where he's at, so I have him down. I know exactly where to move in or out. It's helping you cover that distance, that gap between the two of you. That's the inside leg kick. Now going that left switch body kick. With that small hop step, I'm trying to drive my shin bone underneath the elbow of my opponent into his midsection. Easy way to do that is to get underneath that elbow is to set him up with a hand combination. Get him to pick his hands up, and then you wrap your shin bone to his midsection, trying to knock the wind out or break a rib. So if I set him up with a hand combination, lead or I can start lead straight off. With that small hop, I'm going to use that hop to build momentum so the kick's that much harder. You're trying to hook them with your shin bone across the midsection. If you can turn your hip over hard enough, hopefully you can break a rib. All I'm doing is pivoting my back foot, using that small hop to get my knee in there and then turn my hip. From the back position, lead, switch kick to the body. Again, I'm advancing my back foot forward and driving my front shin bone into the body of my opponent. Notice the hand position. As I kick, my hip goes onto the other side of my opponent. So when I started, my hip was here, on this side. As I let the kick off, it ended up on the other side. Notice my hip. That's where I get the power from the turn through. So it's the twist in those hips, this turning motion right here, that is very important. It's crucial. It's not how fast you can kick your leg up, but how much you can get that turn through and relax. Now going to the head of my opponent with the lead leg, the left leg, again the same thing. I want to wait till I see my opponent's hands dropping. Otherwise I'm just kind of wasting my time kicking high. Because not only do I throw myself slightly off balance by getting higher, he could step right in and sweep me. So what I'm trying to do is wait till I notice my opponent's hands are starting to lower. So I see his upper head region exposed, and then I try to drive my shin bone to the forehead or neck. So without the pads, I'm just going to go to the head region with a small switch. So I build that momentum. I get that little twist of my hips going, working for me. Switch. Switch. I push myself up on that back toe so I can get up there. As I turn that over, my hip goes over and the shin bone comes across. Right across the top of the face. From the back position. From the side position. Notice I'm incorporating that switch. Full speed, the kick goes all the way up and turns down. That's left switch head kick. In conclusion to this kicking fundamentals tape, make sure that you warm up properly and stretch out all your muscles. Make sure that when you're kicking, you're stretching out all those leg muscles and focusing on the areas you're really going to use the most. Your groin, your hamstrings, your hip flexor. And when you use this tape, make sure you take it step by step slowly so you can watch everything, the footwork, and take everything in a, slow, step by step. Good luck.
My name is Vince Soberano, and this is Brian Schnell, and we're here to demonstrate with you today killer Muay Thai techniques used for mixed martial arts fighting. Leg kicks are vital in fighting because of their ability to take out your opponent's balance, to disrupt his mobility, or to completely take out your opponent by keeping him on the ground and keeping him from getting up. It's a good way to set up your kicks, it's a good way to set up your takedowns, and it's a great way to set up your punches as well. We're going to demonstrate the different types of leg kicks and the different applications in this video. Okay, let's work with a cut kick. Basically, the cut kick is a 45-degree kick, straight from the ground. It's a fast, hard kick to the leg. Your target area is the side of the leg for a Charlie horse. Okay, 45 degrees. I want to show you real quick where it's landing. So from here, boom, 45 degrees from the ground. Your lead leg will pivot. You'll pivot and throw the kick forward. Your hips will pop forward. Not around, but forward. Like this. Your foot is 45 degrees. Not this way. The impact comes up 45 degrees, and it's pretty devastating. So from here, boom, this is my impact right here. Part foot, part shin will make contact with your opponent. So, in fast mode, here goes. 45 degrees. Follow through with a punch or grab him for a knee. Or you can follow through with several cut kicks. So once again, finally, let's try this one more time. Okay. Here goes. Here, watch my pivot all the time. His other leg pivots all the time, turns. Your lead hand is always checking your opponent to make sure he doesn't move forward to grab you or to counter punch. Okay. Now let's work on the next kick. It's a chopping kick. This time, instead of going 45 degrees straight up, this kick will come up and down. Your target area is not so much the side, but towards more the front of the leg or the hip, right here. So once again, the same motion, except now it's more around motion. Your hips, instead of moving forward, will pop around. So it comes around, boom. Most of the impact now will be your shin bone. So from here, I'll bring this up and then drop. Just like that. Chopping kick. Okay, let's try some impact here. So once again, instead of 45 degrees, now we're going around and down. So there's an up and down motion. Each time you're on the balls of your foot and you're always pivoting. The key is always in the hips in all your kicks. And I'm going to emphasize that throughout this entire video. So use your hips every single time, no matter what the angle of your kick. So one more time on the chopping kicks. Okay. The next kick simply is just a distracting kick. Just like you would throw a jab, you throw a check. And most of the checking kicks are aimed right above the knee. And your purpose is to buckle the knee back, to straighten up his leg, so you can follow through here, check, or you come up with a chopping kick, or check, come up with a punch, or a knee. So once again, from here, just hold it in front, right here, right, just like that. So to practice that on the pads, just check, just like that. Aim for the top of the knee. Or, just hold this against. Or you can go a little bit diagonally to the inside of the knee. That's another checking kick. The inside leg. Alright. So those are 3 different types of leg kicks. Okay, technique number 1, we're going to work on setting up the chopping kick. We're going to start off with a cut kick to the leg as he buckles forward, hook to the head, and then finish off with a chopping kick to the leg. Okay, so once again, from here, 1, 2, 3. Okay, one more time. This kick goes straight for the leg. He buckles forward. You throw a hook. Okay, hook punch to the head, to the jaw, and then retract slightly and bring a power shot kick in. Okay. The key is to keep your center in front of your opponent. you don't want to step out to finish off with a kick. You always want to keep your center here. So you throw the kick, boom. You buckle forward, you're still in your line of attack. Throw that hook to move him slightly over. So instead of you having to step out to place this kick, you move him over to the side slightly, giving you the angle that you need, and then you sort of drift back and come in for the finishing kick. Okay? One time. Okay. We'll try this in the pads. Now we're going to try the technique on the pads to give you a perspective on the power of the technique. Again, cut kick, hook, and then chopping kick. Okay, so on the pad work from here. One more time. Technique number 2. We're going to work off an attack. He throws a leg kick. You block with your shin. Okay. You shuffle and attack to the inside of the leg. Cut kick to the inside of the leg. Throw as he pitches forward. You throw a right cross and the left hook to finish him up. So from here, boom. Here, cross, hook. Okay. One more time. A little. Bam, bam, boom. So it doesn't matter if he blocks this or tries to smother this, you come around to the side of the head. Most important is to get this first kick in, because that's what jolts him. Boom. And gives you the opportunity to deliver 2 punches successfully. Time. Here. Alright, so let's break this down a little bit. You block, make sure you're nice and tight. Keep your heel down, keep your toes up, tighten up your muscle. Again, here, and as you set this down, quick shuffle. Okay, you don't have to switch your stances like this. Just a quick shuffle, and then deliver 45 degrees straight to the inside of the leg. Drop this right hand nice and tight and come across with a hook. Okay? Slower. Here. Bam. 1, 2. You can see the setup there. This kick pitched him forward. Okay, last time. Okay, working on the pads, your partner basically just drops it a little bit, slightly downwards like this. Okay, and just practice the leg kick, or he can throw a kick at you just for your own good, for your own practice. And then you shuffle here and here. Okay, let's try that. Ooh. Okay, let's try a little slower now. I'm going to break it down. Block. Again, shuffle. Use your whole hip. Once again, rotate your hip around. Forward. So from here, shuffle. More hip motion. And then drop for this punch, using your hips each time. Try one time. Here, 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 and here. Okay, one time. Technique number 3. At this point, your opponent will try to lunge, either for a takedown. You're going to use your push kick to jam him defensively. Here, then do a 1-2 combination, straight and hook combination, and then use your chopping kick to give you the power to stop him completely. Okay, so he moves in, boom, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Move back a little bit. From here, here, 1, 2. Okay. Okay, the key is not to get off balance. As he moves in, don't lean back too much to where you lose your balance. Lean slightly forward and push. Push. Okay. Now set up for that leg kick. Take your time. Throw these punches nice and crisp. Okay, even if he blocks them, it sets up the chopping kick. One more time. Here. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Go. 1, 2, 3. Okay. It may also be good for you to smother your opponent a little bit, keep his distraction so you can get this kick here. Keep your lead hand out there. So again, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay, let's try the pads. All right, so he moves forward slightly. You jam him. Okay. Cross, hook, and kick. Okay, ready? Go. All right, let's break this down. So from here, as he moves forward, push kick. Okay, then deliver the 2 punches. Okay, and then round kick. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, technique number 4. This time your opponent tries to come in for either a single leg takedown or any type of takedown. Of course, your typical defense would be to sprawl against your opponent. Okay, pull the foot back that he's trying to get. Okay, pull back quickly, come up with an uppercut and a hook. Quick flurry, bam. As he moves back or stands up, okay, take the opportunity and throw a cut kick to the leg. So once again, he comes in, sprawl, uppercut, hook. Okay. One time. Cut kick. Okay. Okay, let's break this down. Once again, sprawl. Quickly bring back your arm. Fast uppercut, hook combination. And then adjust your leg while you're throwing that combination. Buy some time. Look for that opening. When you see the opening, go for it. So your target can either be down here, on the knee, side of the knee, or up here. You can even use the same cut kick motion if it's low on the ground like this to go boom. Okay, kind of double up with your knee to the head at the same time. Same way. Okay? One more time. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay, on the pads, to practice this on the pads, all your partner has to do is, angle the pads for the same punches. He can move slightly forward, dip his head down so you have something to sprawl against. So as he does that, okay, you practice the sprawl, okay, and quickly come back, hook, uppercut and hook, and then cut kick. So once more time. 1, 2. Break this down a little bit, one more time. So, once again, sprawl, uppercut, hook, and cut kick. Okay, don't compromise your cut kick. Set everything up for this last kick. Always know what you want to do. So again, sprawl, At this point, you're already thinking, I'm going to finish off with this gut kick. So you set up with this hook and uppercut, and then lunge, full power. So one more time, so he jumps in, boom, quick, not for knockouts, but just for setup. And that's where you finish him off. All right. Technique number 5. Okay, this time he's coming in for a takedown after you throw your leg kick. I throw a leg kick and he takes advantage of that. He moves in. I'm going to sprawl, sidestep at the same time, keep him from continuing his attack. Then I'm going to start attacking his legs as he keeps moving. Boom. I'm stepping, kicking, wherever. Boom. Okay, so let's try that one more time. Okay, so one more time, I throw my leg kick. He tries to go for my leg. I sprawl, sidestep, attack his leg, keep moving, attacking his leg, okay? Okay, break this down again. As I throw this leg kick, he's going to try and lunge for a takedown. I sprawl. At this point, I push against him and move to the side. Attack the leg. Take both legs, set up again. Keep attacking that leg. 2 or 3 kicks to the leg. 2 or 3 cut kicks to the leg, and he's bound to go down. One more time. From here, kick, set him up like that. Move to the side, bam. Boom. Okay. So right in the pads, what I'm going to do is throw a leg kick lightly, because remember it's just a setup to get him to come towards you. And then you move forward and he just spins, bam, bam. Just like that, just to get the motion down. So one time, just lightly, bam, boom, boom. Okay? As you can see, I'm constantly, my legs are constantly moving. I'm constantly adjusting myself so I can get the right angle, but my focus is to take the leg out as he keeps staggering around. So from here, boom, step, boom, adjust, boom, adjust again, boom, like that. This time, so. Okay, let's break this down. Okay, from here, leg kick, nice and light and quick. Okay, sprawl, and then side step. Get that angle, move forward again as he keeps moving. Boom, and attack that leg. Okay. Stay busy, keep kicking the leg, keep hitting the leg, keep nailing it. It's like chopping a tree down. Okay, technique number 6. Lead off with your opponent attacking you, trying to go for a takedown or trying to close the gap, and you're going to sprawl here. You're going to throw a leg kick, and then as he moves forward, trap him in the choke and bring him up. Okay? So from here, he sprawls. Okay, leg kick, he moves forward, grab him. Okay. One more time. As he comes in, sprawl, leg kick, choke. Okay. So break it down, and slow. So from here, again, sprawl, Use your leverage, bring up that leg kick to buck him forward slightly as he moves in. You just pull him right into a guillotine and choke. Okay, one more time. Ooh. Kick, bring him in, choke. Out. One more time. Ball. Kick, choke. Okay, technique number 7. You're gonna prevent another takedown by using your sprawl, but break off instantly. Throw a 1, 2, 3 combination and finish off with a kick. Use your punches and your kicks to keep your opponent away. So again, he dips his head forward just to give you the sprawl, and then from here, 1, 2, 3, and kick. One time. So he comes in. Make sure it's nice and fast. Your punches have to be nice and fast because you want to prevent the guy from following through with his attack. So as soon as you break that first attack, start showering him with punches. Okay, as soon as you get him stabilized, finish him off with a kick, cut kick. So again, break this down again. From here, sprawl. Okay, push him back. 1, 2, 3. Bam. So the flurry as fast as you can. Again, flurry. Use your hips. Bam, bam. Boom. Well, through as hard as you can. So again, bam, bam, bam. Okay, technique number 8. One of the common things that happen in a fight situation is closing the gap in here. People get too close, or someone comes in for takedown, and I get him in this situation right here. And so what we're going to do is practice throwing leg kicks from this position. It's almost uncomfortable and almost weird position to throw leg kicks, but it's actually one of the best places to throw your chopping leg kicks because you've closed the gap and you have full control over your partner or your opponent at this point. So off a guillotine choke. From here, you sprawl, you get him in guillotine, okay? All you gotta do is use your elbows, your arms to slightly move him forward and back, and then use your chopping kicks, not your cut kicks, to nail him. So from here, your hips have to go wide out. So here, as you push him out, your hips at the same time will go wide out, right, like this, and you chop. So from here, you get him in the guillotine. Now look at the motion of my hips. As I push him out, I pop this hip back. Okay? I push him out and I pop this hip back. Gives me the room to bring this up and down. Bring your legs up and wide. Okay? There's no telegraphing here because you've got your opponent in a tight clinch. So from here. Okay, so again, comes in. Okay, so one more time to break this down. So he comes in, you sprawl, you get him into a guillotine or a chokehold of some sort. You're both standing up. Okay, again, top, kick, top, kick, kick. Most strikers don't know what to do once they're on the ground. And one of the worst places to be is with your back on the ground and your opponent standing up and just coming towards you. What do? Most of the time, people try to stand straight up like this, and they get hit with kicks or punches. Okay, or they try to roll out of the way and expose their backs to their opponent. Okay, what you have to do is use your kicks. You know, you have an arsenal of kicks. You use them. And especially the leg kicks, you can use the leg kicks, especially since you're directly right in front of his legs. So one of the ways to set it up is to use your other kicks. First of all, take your time when you have your back on the ground. You gotta get back up somehow. So you have to be really careful. So with my back on the ground, I'm constantly pushing him away with his kicks right here. And then now I'm gonna set him up. I'm gonna bring this leg up like I was gonna kick him in the head. And as he starts to go for this leg, Okay, I'm going to whip this other leg across to his leg. Okay, using the same chopping motion. Okay, kind of scissoring yourself like that. Okay, so from here, again, I'm like keeping him away. I do this, and come right back to his leg. Again, and then I can move it back up. Okay, so from here. Away. Okay. You can multiply that from here. I'm going here. I press to grab 1, 2, 3. Keep off the back. Okay. Nice sharp chopping kicks. So let's work on the pads here. This is a good training technique and training method here. Is to use the pads wherever you are, so you can practice kicking the pads not only from standing up position, but also with your back on the ground. So from here, I'll practice, my jabbing kicks right here, and the leg kicks from here. Then you could double up. Okay, technique number 10. We're going to set up, this is one of Brian's favorites actually. I set him up for a rear leg attack. So I'm going to throw a leg kick here, a cut kick here. The second time I throw that, he's going to be more on guard. He's going to try and pick up and block it. And I know that, so that's why I'm setting him up. So I throw this leg, and as I feint, he picks up the leg, I drive this through to the back leg. And what you're trying to do is you're trying to hit right here in the inside of the knee. And they'll collapse the knee, kick him off balance. Okay, so from here, I go bam. Okay, one more time. Now, let's break this down a little bit. I throw this kick, boom. I throw the other kick, but instead of driving this kick towards the lead leg, I'm actually going to feint a little bit with my hip to get him to pick up that leg. As soon as I see that coming, without even pulling my hip back, I just drive through. The key is now your lead leg. Okay, and I'll tell you why. Because from here, if he picks up the leg and I just try to reach forward without moving my lead leg, I don't get him. I'm right here. But what I'm going to do is from here, bam, as I do this, he scoots forward just a little bit. It's amazing what an inch can do. Just an inch forward. Here, suddenly, see where my leg is? It's completely wrapped around his back leg. So, bam, boom, right there. Okay? Now watch this leg. Watch the lead leg this time. Don't worry about the back leg. So from here, bam. See that little inch that I put forward? Little inch that I moved in. So one more time. There. Okay, let's try the pads. Okay, to practice that technique number 10, we're just going to work on double kicks, because really what you're doing is you're throwing the same kick twice in a row and just adjusting a little bit. So this time I'm going to throw this kick, and my partner's going to shuffle just slightly back, slightly, and I'm going to shuffle slightly forward and deliver the kick the second time. So from here, just slowly, bam, bam. Okay, let's go. Ready? All right, this next technique for grapplers is you're going to use your leg kick to set up your opponent. So what you're going to do is throw the inside cut kick to buckle him forward, and then you slide in, and you go for the single leg. Take him down for an ankle lock. From here you have an ankle lock. If he tries to come forward, drop down and finish it off. Okay. So one more time, I throw this, I come in, okay, ankle lock, okay, or go down to the ground. Okay, a little faster. So from here, boom. Faster from here. I come in, leg kick, drop, down.
Yeah.
Breaking it down one more time. So from here, leg kick, you throw a punch or something, and move in forward, take the leg down, and finish off. This next technique from a grappler's perspective is to throw the outside leg kick to buckle your opponent so you can move in, okay, for another takedown. Okay, we're going to do takedown from here and get on top of the guy. All right, technique number 13 for grapplers. From here, we're going to use the leg kick again. Set up your opponent, jar him or weaken him with the inside kick, and then come up with a chopping kick to make him block it. Part of your setup, and as he brings up that leg, you shoot down here and put the other leg down. As he tries to spin to get you, come around to an ankle lock. So, one more time slowly. From here, I'm going to go inside kick. He blocks. I shoot. Take him down. Spin. Okay, and ankle lock. So again, from here, cut. Kick. Shoot. Down. Spin. Ankle lock. One more time, breaking this down again. Kick. Block. Shoot. Snap. Roll. Ankle lock. Okay. Get left forward.
Nice.
All right, we're going to throw a couple bonus techniques, and these are really techniques for strikers who find themselves in a situation where their leg gets trapped. They throw a kick, and their opponent grabs their leg and tries to bring them down to the ground or whatever. So what we're going to do, there's two things we can do. From here, he grabs my leg, and before he can get a solid hold on it, as soon as I feel that grab, I just turn and tumble away. Pretty simple. That's all I need to do to break away. So from here, tumble out of the way. It's a little awkward, but by the turn itself and pulling loose, you're able to get loose. So you have to work this fast. So from here, down. Just like that. Okay. The other technique is from here, you want to take him down to the ground. So you're a good grappler, you want to take advantage of the situation. You throw a kick, he grabs your leg. Okay, so you drop to the ground and you scoop the other leg with you and take him down to an ankle lock or you know, a knee bar. So from here, I drop down like this, scoop him, okay, and then to the knee bar. So again, from here, bam. So. That's it. That's it for leg kicks. Muay Thai leg kicks, killer leg kicks for mixed martial arts. My name is Vince Saperano and Brian Schnell, and we thank you for watching this video. Today we're going to be focusing on counters and defenses. I'm going to be working with my jiu-jitsu instructor, Brian Schnell. We're going to break down the techniques into two categories: defenses against strikers and defenses against grapplers. We're going to work on some techniques, some defense and counters against an opponent, a grappler, shooting, trying to take you down. So we're going to work on some sprawling techniques. So from first technique, your opponent comes in for a takedown to shoots for your hips or your legs. Okay, sprawl back. Use that same momentum that you generated to throw a knee back at him, and then shuffle another knee. So application. So comes down. Let's try this angle over here. Okay, watch how I sprawl over here. Okay, from here you pull your leg back. Keep him from grabbing it, and at the same time you use your hips. As your hips pop up, it bounces back forward. Okay, you use the momentum of that sprawl. You generate force and power for the kick or the knee. Okay, one more time. Right there, and then pop forward. There. Thank you. Okay, same application for a double leg takedown. So your opponent comes in for a double leg takedown. Make sure that you get your legs out, sprawled out, far back. Don't drop on your knees. Stay on your feet. Sprawl out. Okay, so one more time. Over here. Okay, again, use the same leverage that you had earlier to deliver a knee or an elbow. Time, sprawl. Legs apart, stay on your feet. Okay? Knee, finish off with an elbow. Okay, next technique, your opponent comes in and grabs you around the upper torso or around the arms like this. Okay, right before he gets that lock in, you need to plant your hands in his stomach or his hips and push back as you sprawl. Okay, this is the same way as you pushed back in the shoulder earlier. Push off the hips. Okay, so one more time, he grabs you, push off here. You've created an opening for a kick or a punch to follow through. So from here, I've sprawled, I've created an opening, I follow through right away with a kick to the leg. Muay Thai kick to the leg, and then punches to finish him off. So one more time. Here, bam, boom, boom. Okay? Let's try a different angle. One time, shoots, okay, push back, kick, or kick, pow, pow, pow. Okay. So this time, as he comes in to grab you, he completes the grab. Instead of being able to push off his hip, he's got his arms around you completely. That doesn't stop you from sprawling still. So from here, even without this distance, sprawl back. Okay, keep your head tight against your opponent's body, so he doesn't try to grab you for a choke or any other techniques. So from here, sprawl, okay, and then throw your knees in and throw round knees to these legs. Okay, that's your only target left. Is you've got this area right here that's open. So again, sprawl, here, here, knee to the side of the leg. Okay. Make sure you support him so when he comes in, he doesn't take you down. Make sure you grab tight, hold on to him. You sprawl, then hit. Here. Okay, let's try that side. Okay, we're going to work on reversals, takedown reversals. One of the first things we're going to work on is a single leg takedown. Your opponent tries to do single leg takedown on you, and you're going to reverse it to where you get in a mounted position. So let's break this down a little bit. He comes in for your leg, single leg takedown. He gets a good hold of it. You start to go down. As you go down, you're going to hook this foot around his other leg. So as you go down, hook right here. Okay, and then you keep rolling with him. Flip him over, and end up in a mount. At this point, you can scoot up, get your position on him, and start pounding. Ground and pound. So takes down again here. Hook, reverse, mount, and pound. Okay, let's try that. You can have a triangle right here, or an armbar. a different angle. Here. Takes you down. Okay. Take him over. Right on top of him. Get your mount properly and start pounding. Okay, one more time. One of the first things I think of when I get into that position is to strike. I always try to remember what I am. I'm a striker. So if I ever get any opportunity to strike in the mount position or any other position, I'm going to strike. So the next technique, we're going to try to pass the guard or strike from the guard, from your opponent's guard. So you find yourself in a position where you're in your opponent's guard. You're down on the ground. Okay, first technique, what you want to do is you want to get up so to where you have enough leverage to hit him. So plant your hands right under his armpit and then pop yourself straight up. Okay, don't do this because he can just bring you right in. Okay, so what you want to do is get a solid horse stance in front of him. Okay, where his leg is practically resting on your lap. Okay, at this point, from here, you're in this position. If he tries to grab your ankle, take you down, you're solid. Okay, it'll be pretty hard for him to take you down. Start punching. Boom, in this position. If he covers up, okay, boom, in this position. Boom, and up, boom, boom. Right, but you're in a horse stance. Okay. So from here, in this position, make sure you stay up. Keep him from grabbing you down towards him. Okay, slide your hands under his armpit. Push yourself up to a horse stance. Keep your back straight. Okay, open up. Okay, one more time. So from here, straighten up. Okay, post to there. Okay, horse stance. Okay, off the same defense. From here, he gets you in his guard. So again, we've worked on getting up to a horse stance at this point. Okay, from here we're going to pass his guard. Okay, you can break this off, and then just come around for a side mount. Okay, or you can position yourself on your knees so you can throw elbows at your opponent's head. Or eventually mount them in the same position. So, once again, there's different things you can do at this point, as once you pass his guard. So from here, pop yourself up, okay, break the guard open, pass him, go to side mount, get yourself in a position where you can start throwing elbows to his head, bring your knee against his head. Okay, well, okay, you can start to mount him here. Finish up with an arm bar, or once again from here you pop up this way, okay, and sit back for an ankle lock or a knee bar, and then from here as well you can pop up here, come across to a knee bar from here. So you bring him towards you and across. So your first basic move is to prop yourself up. Break his guard, pass his guard, come down to side mount, elbow, mount, strike, okay? Or you can go from here. You can go for a knee bar, okay? Or you can come around. Another one. All right, so now we're going to complete the sequence from your opponent's guard. Okay, from here, straighten up. Okay, twist over here, open them up, start punching, and then pass his guard. Go to the side mount, position yourself, start throwing elbows here, start mounting, pow, pow, pow. Once again, just to remind you that your object as a striker is to get yourself in a position where you can strike and finish off your opponent that way. So again, we're going to work on another ground technique. You're in a position where your opponent's taking your back. Okay, what you're going to do is roll, bridge, spin into his guard, and again, just like what we covered earlier, get up to the horse stance that we're talking about, and then start punching. So let's demonstrate this real quick. So here, it's got you. Okay, roll. Into this before it completes it. From here, bridge and push and spin around. Spin into his guard. Okay, push yourself here. Get up. Keep your back straight so you can't grab your ankle and start pounding away. Here, bridge, here. Okay, it'll be the same technique, but this time your opponent gets you into a choke. So you're going to spin into the choke in the opposite direction we were doing earlier. So again, you roll, bridge, hold on to this, spin in here into, same thing. Okay, we're going to cover a pretty basic thing, which is striking your opponent from the mount. So one of the things that a lot of people compromise is power in their strikes, because when you're standing up, you're able to generate more power because of your hip and your footwork. So you want to try to do as much as possible on the ground as well, using your hips, not compromising the form of your punches. So instead of just stacking your opponent like this, which could make the fight go forever, you want to land some heavy blows. So even if he's covered up like this, you start breaking his arms from your punches, breaking through his guard as well. Okay, and why you do that is using your hips. It's harder because you're trying to clamp onto him and try to keep your balance at the same time while you're in a mount position, so you don't fall back over here or scoot down. You want to keep a really good mount. What you want to pay attention to is the little hip movements. So when you throw your punch, see, you're tightening up at the same time, and then lose up a little bit. So you still have the hip movements. Okay, so even if you don't have this type of form, at least you have your hips dropping into your opponent. So you're straight up here. As you throw this punch, your hip drops in. boom. Okay, you can even throw hooks from here. You can wind up a little bit, so he's covering up. You can wind up a little bit, boom, hook to the jaw. You want to knock your opponent out, you hit him in the jaw. You're just going to piss him off if you hit him in the head. Okay, so you hit him in the jaw. You look for the jaw. If he clamps the head in, you can push it down, boom, and go for the jaw. Okay, once again, covers up his head or his jaw. You can push that down, boom, and go for the jaw. Okay, if it's pretty well covered over here, take out his arms. So, boom, you have his wrists right here. Take out his wrist. Boom, boom, boom. We're going to use your hips. Boom, boom. Okay, instead of just going like this. Use your hips. Boom, dig in. Boom. Relax and explode. Relax. Explode. Relax. Explode. Relax. Open up. Explode. Use your hips both times. Okay? You tighten up every time you do this. See how my knees come in? Helps my punches as well. You can hook his arm. See how my hips move? Okay? Working that. Same thing with the elbows. Again, you can throw elbows all day and not hurt the guy because all you're doing is kind of hitting him flat. Okay, your object in an elbow is, if not to knock him out, at least to tear him up. So you want to hit him with your bone. Okay? Once again, you can only angle that if you use your hips. So you want to be at this angle right here, or your bone is pointing at his head. So when you're throwing an elbow, if he's covered up like this, okay, once again, without compromising, without falling forward like this, use your hips. Bow. All it takes is a little nick, like that. You don't have to land your entire forearm solid to hurt your opponent. With an elbow, all you need is this bone. Pow. You can elbow right here, on the nerve right here. Boom. And come down. Boom. See, as I'm keeping tight on him, I just slice across his forehead. With an elbow, you don't have to hit him in the jaw. You can hit him anywhere where there's a bone, so you can break that skin. But it's always your elbow bone, your bone, against his face. Okay, that's your main target. Try not to do this. All you're doing is laying your forearm on your opponent. Slice him open. Think about this as a blade. Think of your elbow as a blade and slice him open with the elbow. Okay. Okay, we're going to work on striking with your knees from the ground again. So, once again, you're in your opponent's guard. Okay, you push from here. Okay, as you start punching, like we talked about earlier, he loosens up. You move out of his guard. Okay, break the guard, and you start attacking vital points in his legs. Just like in a stand-up fight in Muay Thai kicks, you know where your targets are, right? Your targets are here, or right here, or this part right here inside the knee, where there's a nerve. Okay, that's your main target for the knee. Boom, just dig your knee right into that. The bone of your knee, again. Boom, 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 and on the other side as well. Boom. So if he's getting his legs up like this, boom, every chance you get, boom, 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 boom. Okay? At a certain point, you can even start throwing leg kicks. Same spot. Boom. Using your shins. Okay? We're going to work on some basic leg blocks, checks and leg blocks in Muay Thai. So one of the things that you see commonly is when someone kicks to the leg is a leg block. Okay, and another one is a check. It kicks to the leg and you're just going to drop your knee into it. Okay, we're going to do this properly. I'm going to try and teach you guys how to do this properly because there's different variations and a lot of people do it differently, but there is the right way of doing things. Okay, so one thing to remember when you're blocking, when you're doing a leg block, as he throws a leg kick, is don't point your foot down. Don't point your toes down. Because what you're doing is you're stretching the muscle over here, which your opponent can actually hit and damage. Okay, so you stretch that muscle. Okay, you have less muscle to protect you. So what you do is you bring this leg up, is you cock your toes up like this. Okay, so suddenly you have a more bunched up muscle right here, and it's a stronger block. And it hurts your opponent. At the same time, it traps his foot, keeps it from dropping right away for a counter. Now, at times a lot of Thai fighters will do this. Bam, in. They'll follow through. This will at least slow it down as you go here, like that. Okay, it snags it a little bit. So it does. It serves several purposes. Kills two birds with one stone. Okay, here, and at the same time provides you a stronger shield. Right there. Okay. So when you try to practice this leg kicks, try to use shin pads at all times, so you prevent from damaging each other's shins. So if you throw a leg kick again, just like that, move around, just pick it up. Okay. Don't step away, and don't get too excited and do this. Okay, so where I can grab, keep you, just bring it straight up. Okay, come. Okay, so you can counter like that. Okay, the next technique is using your knees to check your opponent. So he comes in low towards your knee. All you do is drop your knee towards him, just like that. Just drop it towards him. Okay, just be careful that you know where you're hitting, and don't look down. One of the big mistakes a lot of amateur fighters do is when their opponent kicks their legs, they block, but they look down at the same time. Okay, that can follow through. Because one of the techniques that a lot of Thai fighters will do, if they see that you start to look down, is they'll come in for your leg, boom, and they'll just drop this over. They'll feint like this. They'll go, boom, and just drop it, right hand over. Okay. So once again, just drop in. Like that. Okay. Again, use your knee. Okay. Against his ankle or against his shin. Use the bony part of your knee. Just drop it in. Okay. So reviewing the other one again. Here. Pick it up. Stay where you're at. Try not to move back or move forward. Okay, stand your guard from here. And then you can follow through. Let's try this in a different angle. So again, it's a first kick. Bring it up. So even if he catches me in the ankle, okay, I have enough muscle to support me. Okay, the checks. Okay. Okay, here it is from a different angle. Okay, once again, leg blocks. Okay, bring your foot up. Okay. Okay, and sorry, we're gonna do the checks. A popular Muay Thai defense against boxers is what they call a cross block. And what you're doing is you're eliminating the need to block every punch that your opponent throws and at the same time you're setting up for a kick. So your opponent throws a basic 1-2 combination, and all you're going to do as soon as he launches that is go across your face like this. Okay, so you're just shielding your face from the 1-2 combination. At the same time, as he's throwing the second punch, you're already setting up to counter off with a kick. So this is definitely when your opponent starts doing cross blocks, he's definitely setting up for a kick or a knee. So one more time, he throws his punches, boom, he cross block, bam, he's set for a knee. Or cross block, set up for the knee. So either leg kick, or the inside, or the knee. So one more time, cross block, boom, see? So you're letting him hit your elbows and your forearms, okay, and then you come across your knee. So you're always crossing over here. So from here again, over here, okay, covering your face as you throw that kick, just in case he keeps punching. Okay. Again, you throw another cross. So you're switching your hands. So one time. Okay, you switch it according to what you're trying to do. So, if I want to kick with my right, so he throws the punch, okay, across with my left hand forward. Okay, as I move in for that kick, I switch with my right hand forward, and my right leg snaps out. Okay, so here he throws another punch, bang. I start to move in. He throws another punch, smarter the punch, boom, come in for the leg kick. So right hand, right leg. If I want to kick with my left, again, okay, I stay right where I'm at and move forward, just like that. Okay, covering your head. Okay. Okay, let's try again on the other side. Switch. Cross block. Boom. Okay, another block is the rolling elbow block. So you just roll your elbow upwards, or you can roll them diagonally like this, but mainly like this. This is the path that your elbow goes up. So let's see how this is applied. Your opponent throws a kick to your head. Boom, just roll it up, covering your head. You'll feel a little jolt, but it's not going to hit you squarely. So again, boom. At the same time, you have your elbow in front of you. So in case you make a mistake, you penetrate the shin with your elbow. So here, boom. Okay. Boom. Okay. Again, it sets you up for a kick as well. Throws a kick, the jolt will bring you back a little bit, and you come back. Pow. You counter. So this is more of a defense against high kicks or kicks to the body. So he throws a kick to the body. Instead of rolling this up, I just roll this down. So you either roll up or you roll down. Boom. Yeah. Head. Boom. Let's start from a different angle. To the head. Roll this up. Yeah. Body. Head. Okay. Or sometimes he throws a kick to the head. As you do this, you throw his leg over and then tap the other leg. Okay? So one time. You throw this over. And tap. From here to the body as well, you can move in. You can use this to move in. And then grab his leg. Open down. So, one time, just like that. So it sets you up for a lot of things. Here, you grab his leg, or he throws his kick, sets you up right away for a knee. Okay, you bridge the gap. So, here, you grab his leg, or come up with a knee. Okay? So rolling elbow to the head again, into the body. Roll down. Okay, either up or down. You cover this entire range. Another popular Muay Thai technique is the clinch, where they start launching knees. So what Thai fighters will do is they'll try to clinch in the inside. They'll get their arms to the inside. They'll lock it in. Okay, lock your head in, pull your head down, either towards their chest or down towards their hips. Their object is to throw knees here or knees to the head. Okay, so that's one thing you don't want to be in a position is when your opponent's got you locked in like this, where he has the free rein to just pop back and throw knees back and forth. Okay, so we're going to work on defending against a clinch and getting off the clinch. first thing you need to remember is when the guy gets you in a clinch, is you don't want to stay in there. Okay? So two things you can do. You can break inside and get him inside your clinch. Get inside his clinch, I'm sorry. So you can break in over here, okay, to where you have the advantage for the knees. Okay? What we're going to cover is, what if your opponent gets a really strong clinch and you can't break through? Okay? So one of the first things we're going to do is, he clinches and you're outside over here. What you want to do is prevent him from throwing those knees to your ribs. As you start throwing those knees, okay? See, as he starts doing that, as he comes in, instead of trying to get away from the knees where he can hit you like this, what you want to do is you want to slap in where he can't hit you. Okay? At this point, your body's up against his. Put your arms around him like this, okay? And then you can start throwing knees back like this. Or you can just throw him off. Okay? So once again, you're in the clinch. He gets you in the clinch real tight before he can get those knees in. Okay? Hug him. Bear hug him. Okay? Then you can throw him off. Or counter with knees. Round knees to the legs. Round knees to the hips. Okay? So keep your body straight. Keep your body straight. Don't bend forward. Okay? Keep your body straight. Keep him from throwing those knees. Throw your knee back. You're in control because you have his hips. You can't do much without this. Okay? So once again, control his hips. And the bear hug. Okay? One of the things that's going to happen if you do this to a Thai fighter is, as he clinches, you do this, he'll drop his arm to try and grab your arm to loosen you up. Okay? As he does that, he drops one hand to try to grab the arm, pull this other arm over your head, just like this. And then from here, you have this whole area right here. You're still holding on to him. You can throw knees into that open area. Keep your head against him so he doesn't spin through. There. Okay, bring your hips back and roll into those knees. Or towards his legs. Down. Okay? So again, he clinches, brings you in, you grab him, he tries to grab one of your arms. Okay. Use that momentum, pull him over like this. Okay. Okay. Keep your head against him. Like that. Okay. Let's try a different angle. So clinches, grab right away. Right here, you can throw him over here. He tries to grab your arm. Over here on the other side. Actually, go ahead and hit him the other side. Right here. Just take this, push his elbow up. Keep your head against him. Boom, stretch knee. Okay, with the same set of combinations, he comes in, okay, clinches, okay, you go inside that clinch, starts kneeing, and he grabs your arm, take the other arm across over your head, okay, get close, throw your knees, and then from this point, you stick your left foot out, and you pull him down to the ground for a takedown. You get into a mount position. Here, okay, secure your mount and start pounding. Okay, from this angle. Okay, this time against a boxer, he starts throwing punches towards you. What you're doing is you're going to lean back slightly and pull him in without doing it across the cross block. He just, as he throws his punches, you just sort of pull him in like this. So he leans more towards you, and then you counter with a knee. Okay, you bring your hand up again and forward. Okay, and nudge his neck and his head towards you a little bit more to help out with that knee. So from here. Okay, cover like this. Okay, bring him in, but cover your face. Okay. So as you can see the movement here, I'm sort of digging back like this, pulling back. Okay, just like that. Snake that. Boom. Boom. Okay, let's try from a different angle. Okay, slow motion here. Okay, you bring this in, snake his head, knee. Okay, from this position, same thing. You throw those punches. Okay, you bring him in through your knee, boom, and you come across. Finish off with the elbow. Okay, well his head's down there. Knee, elbow. Don't forget to lean back. Let's try a different angle. That concludes our workout for today. Hope to see you in the next show. On behalf of Island Video, this is Vince Abreno and Brian.
In this series, we're going to show punch-kick combinations, a various assortment of our arsenal we've acquired, and some kicking drills with the Thai pads. Now, going into some punching and kicking combinations, make sure that when you're using the Thai pads, you and your partner are in sequence so that you don't accidentally hit your partner. So we're going to start off, we're going to go from a jab, cross, hook, right leg kick. The key here is I'm always keeping my eyes on my opponent. I'm keeping my hands up so that I'm always in a secure position with my base solid. From here, I'm trying to set up my opponent. Starting in with the hands and then going to the legs. We'll go full speed now. Jab, cross, hook, right leg kick. From there, we'll go to the back position. Jab, cross, hook, right leg kick. From the side position. Now we can move in from there. We can go into an array of our arsenal. We can go to knees, elbows. We start that combination off with our punches. We'll start off the next one with our kick. I'll go inside leg kick, right hand. Keeping my base solid and stable. I use the inside leg kick like the jab. Now we can go into inside leg kick, right hand, left hook. We could start off again with punches, going right hand, left hook, right body kick. Right hand, left hook, right body kick. We could start with our legs again. We could go left push kick, right knee. Left push kick, right knee. Again, all I'm really trying to do is mix up the combinations. I either start one with my hands and then go to legs or knees, or start. Just kind of showing that you can mix up the combinations. You don't necessarily have to start with hands or with legs. You can go right into it. I can go jab, right knee. I could go cross, left knee. I could go left hook, right head kick. I could go right cross, left body kick. I could go right push kick, left knee. Again, as I go through the combinations with my partner, I try to go in sequence with them. In full speed, if we were sparring or in a fight, I'm looking for the openings that my opponent gives away. So that's what you're trying to focus on here with the Thai pads, is the openings. If he was to move, where would the next position or spot be open on him? Would he drop his hands? Would he move into a leg kick? Would he move forward? Would he move backwards? You should almost try to kind of second guess your opponent here and then set him up. So if I'm starting with a punching combination and he folds his hands up, like we did with the first one, jab, cross, hook. If his hands go up, the regions that are exposed would be his legs and his midsection. So if I go into jab, cross, hook, breaking it down real slow, jab, cross, hook. If my opponent's smart, he's going to try to cover up his head. Once he goes into there, he can no longer really look at me. Boom, I can go to the body. Boom, I can go to the leg. I'm just trying to separate muscle with my shin bone or knock the wind out of him. That's one way of the combination you can work. Trying to make him cover so they don't see the next thing coming. Another way to do it is, if you're working in, you could start one combination slow. You could start with push kick, where you're just touching your opponent. As you start to give him the confidence to move forward, then increase the power. So you start too slow, and then you thrust the last one. Again, using off the same leg, you could go midsection, so they're thinking you're hitting the same spot, and then you can drop it. So you went left midsection, left inside leg kick. Again, if you remember, my base stays the same, open and solid. So at any time, I have balance. Now you don't necessarily have to start with anything. You can use whatever you want to use. Whatever you feel that you have good control over, or what you feel is comfortable letting flow off, you can start with that. We can go with the punches again. Jab, right uppercut. I'll incorporate my front left knee. Jab, right uppercut, left knee. I can start straight off with the knees instead, without going with punches or kicking first. I go right into a right knee. Now, depending on how your opponent moves, if they're moving straight back or they're moving to angles, you can use that to your own benefit. If every time I move, my opponent moves before I do, then I can kind of let him move. So if I kick, and every time I kick, he scoots back, I can set him up with it. So if I go right kick and he scoots back, I'll follow. Following the guy with number of combinations. So if I kick right and he moves, I'll follow with my left leg. So if I go right body kick and my opponent scoots back, I'll follow right in with the left body kick. So he's going to move. You're following in the combination. You're no longer just kicking once and then waiting. Realistically, in a fight, your opponent's going to probably be moving. And as you further go along, the more in shape your opponents are, the more stamina they have, the more movement they're probably going to show you. From there, we can move into anything. From this base, we can go inside leg kick, right cross, left knee, right elbow. Inside leg kick, right cross, left knee, right elbow. In that combination, we used all of our basic tools of Muay Thai. We used the kick, we used the punch, we used the knee, we used the elbow. Now when you use a full assortment of the whole arsenal here, then you're utilizing all the tools necessary. When you incorporate your stamina and your conditioning, then you've got everything going for you. Now that you guys have seen the full, all the tools used here, we're going to try to break it down step by step into from the hands to the legs to the knees to the elbows into combination form, so that not only are you just throwing ones, singles, but you're throwing all of your tools in your arsenal into combination so they can work effectively for you. If we go starting from the first combination we worked off, jab, cross, hook, leg kick. The positioning, we start off the basic footwork, and we're letting the hands fly first. So I'm using that jab, which goes right into the cross, which goes into the hook. Again, I'm using the momentum of my hips and the flow here of my lower back and my shoulders to do the work. I'm using little steps here to close the gap on my opponent. Starting with the jab, go right into the cross. I push off on that back foot and turn my hip in. Hook. My eyes are still looking forward onto the opponent. Now, hopefully, I've hit my opponent with one of these shots. I've just thrown 3. 1, 2, 3. From there, I'm going straight in, driving off my hip to the leg kick. Now, if I haven't hit my opponent with any of the punches, hopefully I hit him in the leg. If not, I'm still closed the gap now. I'm right in front. I can go from there into the knee, into the elbow, because now I'm closer to my opponent than when I started. I've closed that gap on him with a combination. So we'll start from the jab, cross, hook, leg kick combination to closing the gap. I've now closed the gap. I can go for the knee or the elbow. Considerable. We're going to go right knee here. I closed the gap with the jab, cross, hook, leg combination. I've gone to right knee now. Notice I extended my arms forward to my opponent's head, and I'm trying to pull him into my knee. Trying to hit him with the front of my knee to the midsection. After that, I can go into the elbow. Back with my feet planted. Right elbow. I'm coming up over the top. My face is covered. Boom. This is for close quarters. I've covered the distance between me and my opponent with the first combination. I've gone to the knee, and now I go to the elbow. That's just the beginning of one of the combinations here. In this next combination, we're going to start with our legs. Unlike the combination before, we started with hands. Now we're going to close that gap between my opponent and I using my footwork. So, using the balls of my feet to try to stay kind of fluid on a side-to-side motion, I'll use that push kick to the midsection of my opponent. So I'm using the push kick as an offensive move. I can go push kick to right knee and then use angles. So, push kick to right knee. And then, no longer staying in front, but I've closed the gap, I'll move. Now I can go to hands. Cross, hook. So now we're using a little bit of dimensions here. We're moving forward onto our opponent using the left push kick. Go to right knee. Now instead of standing right in front of my opponent, because we're close quarters now, I'll move. So either my opponent moves with me or he gets dropped. I can go to punches now. Right hand, left hook. So we went left push kick, right knee to close the gap. Then I used an angle, and I went to hands. Cross, hook. So moving into it full speed. I'm keeping the pressure on the balls of my feet so I can be fluid. I'm not kind of slow stomping anymore. Quick now. I use the left push kick as an offensive attack. Then I go to knee. Here's the angle. Cross hook. Through the whole combination, I kept my head covered. I kept my elbows in. I kept trying to breathe, relaxed, and I kept my base open, keeping those feet underneath the shoulders wherever I moved. That was left push kick, right knee, cross hook, using a little slight angle. Now this combination, we're going to use our lead leg, the leg that's in front. Now trying to cover the distance or close that gap with my inside leg kick. I'm using that as a jab. It's going to be a quick kick inside the inside thigh of my opponent. I'll go inside leg kick. I'll put the foot right back down and I'll follow with the right cross. Off the cross, my hip is now dropped into the middle. I'm going to come off the cross to the left hook. Off the left hook, I'm just consistently winding up myself, building momentum off the hips. Off the hook, I'll go back to the body with a kick now. Right body kick. So we're going to go inside leg kick. Right cross, left hook, right body kick. So with the perfect base and position over here, we'll go inside the thigh, put the foot down, cross, left hook, and then right body kick. So when we go full speed, what we're trying to do is we're trying to close the gap with the left leg essentially. Boom, once I know exactly where my opponent's at, I drop the hammer. Cross, hook, and then boom. Mixing up the hands with the legs. Just to give you a few ideas, you're trying to get that shin bone, boom, to the inside. Once you know where it's at, boom, plant the foot so you've got a base again. Push off, boom, boom, boom. So here we go. Inside leg kick, right cross, left hook, right body kick. Again, as I kick and I punch, I'm keeping my chin down between my shoulder blades. I'm breathing, and as I let the motions go, I exhale. Breathe in through your nose. Now, when you're working full speed with a partner or you're in a fight, you should be wearing a mouthpiece. So you don't want to have your mouth open. Make sure that your jaw is not open. So try to breathe in through your nose. Now that's an offensive tack, inside leg kick, cross, hook, right body kick. Just mixing it up a little bit here. In this combination, we're going to start again with our lead leg. We're going to use different levels now. If we consider the head, an upper level, the midsection, and the lower, using legs, we're going to start left body kick, right cross, left hook, and then we'll go low, right leg kick. So starting with our lead leg, I'm going to start with that little hop switch, just to build momentum so the first kick is set off. We'll go left body kick, right cross, left hook, right leg kick. Now I'm using all these different punches and kicks to help myself wind up, so that off every motion comes another motion. It's like I'm winding up a motor. Once it starts to go, it just keeps going. So I'm getting power here. So I start from the first base, switch to the body. Then I drop right down into the punch, right cross, left hook, and then right leg kick. Hopefully my opponent's moving back. That way I can get all of it off, my hips flowing right through. If not, I just walk right through my opponent. Starting with the left body kick, right cross, left hook, right leg kick. I'm going to start with the switch. From there, we can go into anything we want because we just closed the distance between me and my opponent with that combination. In this combination, we're going to start again with our hands, going jab, just so we find the range on our opponent. We'll go jab, and then we'll try to get underneath our opponent, getting him in the chin. Right uppercut. Then we'll go from there. We've closed the distance now. Boom, boom. We'll go to the knee, extending my arms out to go to the head of my opponent. I'll use my lead knee, my left knee. I'll throw a little hop switch in there. So we'll go jab, right uppercut, left switch knee. Now hopefully my opponent has either fallen down or moved back. If he's moved back, he's in position for a right body kick. So I'll just follow through. So in full speed, using the hands to start with. Jab, right uppercut, left knee, right body kick. Again, it's just the basic punching. Utilizing the tools in our arsenal. Now from another angle, jab, right uppercut, left knee, right body kick. From that combination, we started in with the hands to close the distance. Then we went to the knee. And then we followed through the knee with the body kick. Trying to look again for the openings on the opponent. Trying to think of how the person would move if thrown off. If you're starting with hands, hopefully they'll start to move the head. If you start with legs, they're thinking more to block. Whatever it is, you're trying to second guess their motion and follow through with the combination that's going to work best for you. Now in this combination, we're using our boxing skills, again, to close the distance, to start off the combination with on our partner. What I'm going to be using is my jab and the left hook. So we're using the same hand. 1, 2. Now in this combination, you're not focusing in on power on the punches, but more of a setup. You're trying to get your opponent to raise his hands while you find the range on him. Once you've got him to move with the punches, you're going to focus more on going low to the leg. Now, why I'm using the left to right, it's just easier that way to wind up your body. You're building momentum. So using that twist. Once I start jab, I pull back, shifting my hips. 1, 2. Now, as I start to twist, my body's ready to come back from left to right side. So I'm going to go jab, left hook, right leg kick. Again, as I follow my opponent, I'm walking him down. Baby steps, I move in, forward, and back, sliding my feet, keeping my feet underneath my shoulder blades. So I use the jab. As I pull back the jab, I put my hip in there, putting a little bit of power onto the hook. Hook. So I use the same hand, and then I go to leg kick. As I kick the leg, I extend my right arm and cover my chin with my left. So I'm going jab, left hook, right leg kick. I'm trying to get my opponent's thigh with my shin bone. From this angle, The same combination, we're going jab, left hook, right leg kick. Once I found the distance on my opponent, and I made him think punching, boom, and then go lower, leg attack. That's just another combination using boxing skills to start off. In this combination, we're going to utilize our lower half, our legs and our knees. I'm going to start the combination with my base leg, my back foot, starting with the right push kick. I'm trying to drive my opponent backwards using pushing motion, the push forward of my hips. So I'm going to go right push kick, extending my right foot forward. Then I'll plant my foot, so I'm stepping out of position. I'm going to follow with left body kick now. Boom, I step forward, I'm now back in position, and then I go to right knee. So the combination is right push kick, left body kick, right knee. So after I start the push kick, I've switched my feet now. My right foot is in front, but I'm following through on my opponent. I'm just walking him down. Body kick, put my foot down, knee. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to walk my opponent down now. Now this is if my opponent's moving backwards. If he's moving on angles, it gets more difficult to where I have to use angles also to follow. So I'm starting right push kick, left body kick, right knee. Again, this combination is all legs. So we're going to be using a lot of the drills later on in the tape here to show you for endurance with the legs. Right push kick, left body kick, right knee. Again, when I focus on the kicks, I'm going for the openings, which I always see in my head will be open on an opponent moving backwards. Hopefully their elbows flare up, or they're protecting their face. Maybe their feet are together. You're looking for those areas where you can take advantage of them. So from another angle, we're going right push kick, left body kick, right knee. Right push kick, left body kick, right knee. And that's just some of the combinations we have in our arsenal. In this combination, we're going again to working different levels of the body. We're going to start out with the jab cross, going to the upper head region. Then we're going to follow through with a hook. Boom, to the body. We're going to go back to the midsection. So we'll go jab, cross, hook to the body, and then we'll come back up high. Head kick, using your back leg. Trying to work different levels of your body on your opponent. So hopefully you're getting in one of those openings with a clean shot. So we'll go jab, cross, left hook to the body, right head kick. Now hopefully you can start to visualize your opponent, how they would move. If you come in with the punches, they move. Boom, you come underneath with a punch and then you go over the top with a kick. Just working different levels is kind of, you play around with the combinations here, you can make up your own. Jab, cross, left hook to the body, right head kick. From a different angle, we'll show you the same combination. We're using the jab again to close the distance. Then we follow through with the cross, winding up for the left hook to the body. When you throw that hook, make sure you're coming underneath. Boom. Trying to hit him in the bread basket. Boom. Make sure your elbow is bent and your wrist is straight. Again, you must keep your head in the middle of your base here, right over your belly button. If you start to throw off or lean, you're going to throw your body weight off to one side. Jab, cross, hook to the body, right head kick. You're just focusing on working different levels now of the body. And that's just another way you can start a combination with your boxing skills. Working different levels, lower, middle, upper. With this combination, we're going to start with the left hook. We're going to go into the combination left hook, right cross. We'll throw into left body kick, we'll plant the foot, and we'll go right knee. What I'm doing again is I'm closing the distance on my opponent with the punching. Hook, cross, body kick, knee. What I'm trying to do is get my opponent to fold so I can then utilize the knee attack. I'm just hunting them down. Basically on this combination though, you gotta remember that you can't throw all your weight forward on the first punch. Especially since it's a hook. If your weight's too forward, you won't be able to follow with your power hand, your right hand, your cross. So you gotta make sure that you're keeping the weight back on your back foot. And this hook is more of a looping punch. You get your opponent to get his hands raised. So starting from the basic foot position we started in, you're gonna go hook. Remember, that's not a power shot, it's just a start. Hook, then you follow. You're just building momentum from the hips. Hook, you follow with the cross. Cross. Now the hips are into it, you go for the switch. Body kick, and then you go straight in off that after your foot has hit the floor. Knee. Again, you're just following your opponent, covering the ground, starting with the boxing. So from this position, you go left hook, right cross, left body kick, right knee. From the reverse angle, remembering not to power the first shot. If you do that, you're going to teeter-totter yourself forward onto your lead leg. And if you were to get kicked, you'd fall forward. All your weight would be forward. So to remember, you're looping the first shot. It's got to be a fast one. It can't be hard, though. Again, when I go for the combination, if it's either a kick or a knee, I've always tried to get my face covered with some sort of hand position so that my shoulders are protecting my chin and my nose. Key reminder there, the foot position is essential here. You got to keep a good solid base. In this combination, we're going to start with the low leg attack. Using my back leg, we're going to kick to my opponent's front leg, going right leg kick, boom, right cross, boom. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to focus on getting my back leg, the leg with the majority of the weight on it, boom, forward. So I'm starting the combination with my right leg. Right leg kick. I have to set after I kick, pulling the weight back so I have something to drive off of. So if I start to kick, boom, the weight has to go back to where it started, in the back foot. After it's back there, my shoulders have come back, my hip has come back, now I'm set to throw again. I'm going to follow with the right cross, and then I go right into left hook. Again, you're just building momentum. You're twisting your hips, getting that force all wound up. So I'm starting this combination with my right leg. Right leg kick. I come back, right cross, and then left hook, right off the cross. So right leg kick, right cross, left hook. The key to this combination is after you kick, pull back. Don't fall forward off of this. Make sure you keep your weight back. So right leg kick, right cross, left hook. When you go to full speed through the combination, you're starting with a kick, keeping your back straight, not to slump forward, and then boom, boom, go straight to hands. So you close the distance with your leg, and then you boom, boom, finish with your hands. From the reverse angle, right cross, or right leg kick, right cross, left hook. Right cross, right leg kick, left hook. Now this combination, we're going to start off with a little bit of a setup. Now if you're working with an opponent who's a little leery of you, as you start to move, he moves very quickly, moving backwards. You can use a setup. Using your lead leg, all I'm going to do is wind up my hips. If I start to go into a combination and every time I move, my opponent starts to move backwards, I'm going to set him up. I'll lead with my front leg kick, like I'm going to try to kick to the body. As I do that, I'm just going to have my opponent or my partner move backwards. Then I'll follow with a push kick. So I'm using this as an offensive move. I'm moving forward. So I'll go body kick. My training partner will move backwards, and then I'll follow. Push kick, cross, hook. So if my partner is trying to time me, he's waiting every time I move, he moves. I'll wait. I'll automatically give away with the first move. Then I'll follow. Push kick. Right hand, left hook. So this is for somebody who's on their wheels and they keep moving. Every time you move, they move. They're trying to time you. I'll go left body kick on the notion that they're going to move backwards. Left body kick, let it wheel over. Key to this one is when you throw this, don't turn your back. If you turn your back, you gave up the move because you no longer can see your opponent. You can't defend from the back position showing your back. So we're going to go left body kick. My opponent's going to scoot back. I'm going to close the distance with a hop and a push kick. Left body kick. He moved. I hop in. I'm almost sideways now in my position. My hips are sideways. Push kick. Plant the foot. Right cross. Left hook. I finished with the boxing skills. Hopefully by that time my opponent has either moved and changed his hand position so I can finish him with my punching. From a reverse angle, I'm starting with my lead leg. My opponent's going to scoot back as I start because he's trying to time my motion. I scoot. My hips are sideways. Left push kick. Plant the foot. Cross hook. And I'm ready to go again. That's just another tool we used here in our full arsenal of leg attacks and body kicks. Now here's that same combination in full speed. We use a different angle. Full speed again through the combination. Notice my hands are still up. I have the same foot position, my feet underneath my shoulders. Now, my partner and I are moving in sequence. As I start to move, he's trying to time my movement. He's going to move. So we start. I just follow him down with my leg, starting with my lead leg. All it is a turnover, push kick, cross, hook. Keeping my elbows in, my head down, and my base foot position solid the whole time I move. One of the drills I like to use when warming up for these combinations and for strengthening your hip flexor, so when you get that kick going, you're focusing on turning your hip over, is you go through the numbers. If I start with my training partner, we kick 5. I'll kick 5 all the way through. And then when I'm done, I'll go to 4. I'll kick 4 through. When I'm done, I'll go to 3. 3 through, 2, 1. So starting all the way through, having my training partner holding the thigh pads and holding his elbows in so that the hard regions are in, I'm going to start with 5. And then I'll go 4, 3, 2, 1. Then I'll go through 4. Then I go to 3. Then I go to 2. The last one I'll try to power all the way through, driving my hips into the pad. Now I'll switch. So now I'm not using my right, but I'm also using my left. The same drill. 5, 4, 3, and then 2, 1. I'm going to incorporate a little hop so I get the momentum built in my hips. The last one I'll try to power all the way through. And that's just some of the drills I can use for kicking. Now with my partner, we're going to use the belly protector. What he's doing is he's utilizing the belly protector to help him cover his midsection. We're going to use push kicks using either the left leg or the right leg. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get my opponent, like we're fighting, to move with me a little bit side to side. So with his hands up and just moving kind of on the balls of his feet, if he advances forward, With the belly protector on, this helps me move with my opponent or with my training partner without inflicting any injuries on him to his midsection. Again, when working this way, I'm trying to use the balls of my feet to dig them into the pad. I'm not trying to hit the pad flat-footed, but almost with a push with the ball of my foot. That way I'm kind of penetrating into the midsection or the solar plex or the jaw. That way it just gives it that added little push. It's like hitting with an elbow. Again, when moving, we're kind of just timing each other. I'm shifting weight transfer, but I'm always got a solid base. Now that's the way I can start off offensively, starting off just with the kicks or waiting, holding my ground and waiting him move forward. That's just another kicking drill you can use with a partner and a belly protector. Now, also another kicking drill you can do with a partner in a banana bag is you can go to kicks. Now what the kicks here we're going to do is, as I kick, he's going to try to rapid fire kick right after I do. Now standing on either side of the bag, we're going to use the same leg, because if we're using opposite legs, you probably end up kicking each other. So if he kicks right leg, I kick right leg. What we're trying to do is time the bag. So if he goes ahead and kicks, basically what we're trying to do is time each other. Off the motion of his bag, him kicking, the bag moves towards me. I use it like an opponent would be moving forward. I'm kicking. So we're just going back and forth kicking drill. Now the best way to do that would be do it on a timer. You could go through rounds, maybe a 3-minute round, or you could work around. 30-second drills fast, some hard, some slow. It's up to you on how you do it. But that's just incorporating a banana bag. And you don't necessarily have to kick low. You can kick high, midsection, break it up. So you're always utilizing different levels of your opponent. Now incorporating a kicking pad, which many martial artists use, we're going to utilize that on using the leg kick. Now using the Thai pads is great for getting the power to turn your hips over through the pad and using the knee and the elbow and the punches. But the kicking pad helps you kind of focus on getting your power down through the kick. It's easier to hold, and it's a little bit more safer than holding down a Thai pad with your elbow straight out. Therefore, if one of your training partners miss and hit you in the elbow, you could dislocate yourself. This way, it's a lot easier and it's a lot safer. Now make sure when you're holding the pad, you hold it firmly to your body so you can absorb the shock. The farther away you're holding that pad, the more shock you're going to take in. So, using that kicking pad, again, we can go through rounds. We can go 3-minute rounds, or we can go through intensity, trying to kick it as hard as you can. This one we'll try to break it up. We'll go 5 kicks as fast as you can, and then 5 kicks as hard as we can. Just working different areas. The key here, you can switch. You don't have to necessarily do your right leg. You don't necessarily have to do your left. It's the best to work them out so they even each other out. So I'll go 5 with my right as fast as I can, and then 5 with my left as fast as I can. Just utilizing the low leg attack. Then I can switch. Using my left leg, I'll use the same low leg attack with 5 kicks. And using this as a drill, you can go over and over. Increase the time, decrease the time, increase the power, have your training partner move with you, throw punches at you. And you don't necessarily, you don't have to just kick. You can also throw your hands to set yourself up. Now I'll go 5 low with my left leg. There's just another tool we can use in our arsenal here to help us build up our kicking power and stamina. Now another one of the kicking drills that we can use here is using a partner and some shin pads. We can simply go like we're fighting, but we're going about 30%. Try to slow it down so we know exactly where we want to get our attacks at. Low leg attack, midsection, head. Using the shin pads, we're protecting the shins from any clicks from hitting the knee or anything. So basically what we're going to go here, we're going to go leg attack. I'll let my partner go ahead and kick me in the leg first. Going slow so we know exactly where we want to focus and getting that shin at. Off this basic move here, we can work defense and offense. You take some and you block some. If he kicks me and I block, now we can work back and forth. And we can go to the body also. Now as you start to pick it up and the pace starts to increase, you can start to time each other so you start to work. And you can also throw in the hands. So you're working full speed combinations. Utilizing the shin pads, you can go back and forth with your opponent or your partner here, and without injuring each other, you can work on combinations, you can work on the basic base here, and you can get off just about anything. It's just like fighting, but you're going really slow. That's another kicking drill you can use using shin pads. Now, some of the other drills you can use using the half bag, or you can do on the half bag, is using the half bag not only to knee, but you're using it as like an opponent. It's swinging, so you're timing the bag. One of the things I can do here is I can use the push kick. Timing the bag, I push. Now every time the bag swings, it's like an opponent. It's moving with me, in and out. So I have to move with the bag. Now you can push kick the bag. The best way to get a good workout on this is you can time it, going through rounds, 3-minute rounds, 1-minute rest, or adding power, or adding in combinations. You can go push kick, knee, push kick, body kick. It's up to you on what you want to do on the bag. This bag is like an opponent, it's moving. So it kind of helps you with the timing. Working side to side. Because it's moving, you're going to have to work with the bag. You can do drills where you're kicking 5 at a time, any number, what you want to do. Or you can do timed. Or you can just work doing one kick over and over and over, trying to strengthen that kick. If it's a push kick, say you go 1 minute straight non-stop. Or if it's a body kick, or if it's just straight going into the knee. Those are just some of the drills you can use on this half bag. And since you can move with it, it kind of helps you with that whole motion. Unlike the banana bag where it's pretty stiff and it's standing in one spot, you have to move around the bag. This bag, it's moving with you. So it helps you a little bit with the timing, which later on is going to be very essential. I personally like this bag because it's like you get to use all your basic leg techniques on this bag. It's good for training, it's good for drills. It's overall well-rounded, good tool to have. This concludes our series on kicking and basic fundamental drills for kicking. Hopefully you take your time when you watch this and you take everything step by step. Remember, you don't want to get frustrated. That'll be your worst enemy. Take it slow. Have fun with it, and hopefully later on in the future I'll see you in the ring.